Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day one of Econ 2024. So we will begin with the free paper presentation. I hope all the contestants have had their breakfast and are geared up for the competition. So I'll start off by introducing our judges. We have Dr. A. Rajesh sir, MBBS MD, MBBS in 1996 from Nagarjuna Medical College, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. MD in 2000 from Andhra Medical College, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. From 2002 to 2003, he worked in the Department of Psychiatry at Ramini Institute of Medical Sciences, Rajahmundry, Telangana. He is currently professor and head of the Department of Psychiatry at Tulsi Institute of Medical Sciences, Telangana. He is the ex-president of Hyderabad Psychiatry Society, also the director of History Hospital, Manasar, Hyderabad. He has also several articles in Telangana Psychiatry. Thank you so much for coming. We are very grateful to have you here. Can you please have a visual on the Next, we have Dr. Shashank. He is an MBBS consultant psychiatrist in Pediatrician Center, Government Medical College, Andhra Pradesh. His areas of interest include forensic psychiatry and nutrition psychiatry. Thank you so much for coming. We have a series of very interesting presentations lined up today. So we will begin with the first presentation. Can we please have Dr. Benedict on stage? Can we please hear the amount of applause?
My presentation for today is cross-section study of subjective happiness and relationship with quality of life, chronic disease relations undergoing hemodialysis, Chronic disease is a condition that significantly impacts an individual's quality of life. Hemodialysis, employed as a life-saving therapy for end-stage renal disease, can adversely affect chronic disease patients' well-being. Chronic disease has a negative impact on the quality of life of patients. Hemodialysis can have negative effects on general health and well-being of chronic disease patients, mainly affect the mental, social, physical, emotional, spiritual, and subjective aspects. It can have a negative influence on the physical performance, mental state, and social relations. Hence, it is important to focus on the positive psychological aspects of such patients and explore the relationship of these factors with the quality of life of the quality of life is a broad, multidimensional concept that usually includes subjective values, both positive and negative values. Better quality of life goals have been found to be better sleep supply, reducing mortality and mortality. Happiness is operationally defined as a more enduring and chronic state rather than momentary or daily use, but it is modified over time as a sustainable, meaningful purpose. We hope that the system would assist organizing, implementing, and evaluating effective psychological interventions as part of its integrated approach in managing chronic disease patients undergoing hemodialysis, thereby improving their psycho-social functioning and quality of life. The objectives of psychology was estimating the level of subjective happiness in chronic disease patients undergoing hemodialysis, estimating the kidney disease related quality of life, and determine the relationship between subjective happiness and kidney disease related quality of life. The methodology. The study was done at Metropolitan Outlook and Codized Institutes of Miami College and University College of India. And it was done for a period of 1 year, 6 months after IIT and Kerala University Health Sciences program. And study population was the chronic disease patients of Kerala, who are on and the study was a cross-sectional study and it was continuous sample. Study was initiated after obtaining the institutional ethical community approval. The inclusion criteria. Patients with diagnosis of chronic disease undergoing hemodialysis on a regular basis for more than 6 weeks. And males and females were aged 30 and 60 years. And patients were able to understand either Malayalam or English. And patients with informed consent of the exclusion criteria. Various patients cannot engage in the interview. Patients actively engage in and those who are undergoing hemodialysis for conditions other than chronic disease. Patients with clinical diagnosis of dementia, mental retardation, seizure disorder, permanent neuronal deficit, advanced illnesses like malignancy, chronic liver disease, such as tuberculosis. And also, patients who have already major psychiatric or regular treatment with psychiatric medication or major psychiatric diagnosed by screening isolated symptoms. And now coming to this disorder, to bipolar, and patients altered sensory or cognitive impairment on clinical evaluation. The size, sample size we have used was the minimum sample size was 150 situations. Tools used for the assessment. Semi-structured performance, collected data cartography, should develop in clinical field, and TDC quality of life, short form question and short form version to assess the quality of life, and subjective happiness scale to assess the subjective happiness. Procedure. Subjects were selected based on inclusion and exclusion criteria. Participant information sheet was given and informed consent was taken. Subjects were interviewed and examined and rating scales were applied. The results, level of subjective happiness and kidney disease quality of life, and the association between subjective happiness and kidney disease related quality of life. There was correlation was there. It was significant. Coming to the discussion part, subjective happiness was assessed using the subjective happiness scale. It is observed that the mean score of subjective happiness scale is 17.85 with standard deviation of 3.15. In a study done by Luis Sousa et al. In Portugal on subjective well-being, sense of humor and psychological health in hemodialysis patients, the subjective happiness scale score was 19.9 with a standard deviation of 6.1. Higher scores on subjective happiness scale was positively correlated with personal well-being and sense of humor, negatively correlated with stress and anxiety. In a study conducted in Brazil in CKD patients by J. Sequeira et al. Association was found between the private and intrinsic religiosity subjective happiness. Quality of life was assessed using the kidney disease quality of life short form Malayalam scale. It was observed the mean KDQL score is 62.34 with standard deviation of 6.91. In a study conducted by Purnima Nidhi et al., quality of life chronic disease patients undergoing maintenance hemodialysis, the mean percentage score of overall quality of life was found to be 59.28% with a standard deviation of 14.58. Patients, which is lesser than the mean value of our study. Our study has found association between sense of humor and quality of life. There are other studies in which, in a study done by Oleg and Medvedev et al., it was found that quality of life accorded for 73% of scores on Oxford Happiness Scale, comparing the quality of life and happiness. In a study conducted by Lordina Elena Crotty et al., to compare quality of life and perception of happiness, it was found that the level of happiness could be predicted at the rate of 49.2% for regression model, and there was significant correlation between quality of life and happiness. The limitations of this. Limitations need to be discussed for improvement. The current study was conducted among a small sample size and subjects were interviewed only once. Another concern is external validity, as the study was conducted in tertiary care hospitals in my medical college. Conclusion: the level of positive psychological factor, subjective happiness, and quality of life in chronic kidney disease patients undergoing hemodialysis was found out. These were compared to the findings of some similar older studies. The association of subjective happiness and the quality of life of chronic kidney disease patients was studied. The findings provide good insights into how the positive psychological factor can improve the quality of life, and importance of future interventions in improving the optimism and mental health factors of chronic disease patients to improve the quality of life can be highlighted.
In your discussion, you mentioned sense of humor, right? How did you assess sense of humor?
Sense of humor, actually, I accidentally subjective happiness. I typed it wrong. This is
Yours is a cross-section study, correct? Can you mention any other type of studies in research settings?
In research settings, other than cross-section study, we can do cohort study, case control study, and small type of case reports can be done. Case series can be done if we have lesser patients or rare cases.
Yeah, there is another study called retrospective study. We take the case records which were there before your study has started. And prospective studies. Longitudinal study. Okay. These are some of the studies which we do in research settings.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. Next up, we have Dr. Naveen Kumar. Can we please have a round of applause for him? I know we are on competition, but still, let us encourage each other. Come on.
So good morning, all present here. I'm myself, Dr. Naveen Kumar from Salem Medical College, Tamil Nadu, postgraduate second year resident. So my free paper topic is on assessment of cognitive impairment in patients suffering from schizophrenia. So introduction. So cognitive impairment has been recognized as a co-feature of schizophrenia, and it is clinically relevant and more profound. So normally patients with schizophrenia usually perform 1 to 2 standard deviations below the normal healthy individuals on various neurocognitive tests, and some studies have shown that the cognitive impairment starts before the onset of illness. So the severity of impairment is greatest in the following domains, like memory, attention, working memory, problem solving, processing speed, and social cognition. So there are many comprehensive neuropsychological batteries has been available, but those are a little bit time consuming. So this study, we have used MOCA, and we have associated MOCA with patients' demographic characters such as age, gender, education, and followed by with psychopathology features like positive and negative symptoms, which are assessed by PAN score and duration of illness. So the aim and objective, so to assess the cognitive impairment in patients suffering with schizophrenia using MOCA. So materials and methods. The study was conducted in Department of Psychiatry, Salem Medical College. So after getting approval from Institution Ethical Committee, the sample size is around 60 cases. So convenient sampling method was used. So it is a cross-sectional study. So study duration is about 6 months. So inclusion criteria. So patients who are aged from 18 to 45 years are included. So according to ICD-11, who was diagnosed as schizophrenia continuous are included in the study, and patients who are willing to participate were included in the study. Exclusion criteria. So age less than 18 years and more than 45 years were excluded. Patient with other comorbid psychiatric illness were excluded. Patient with comorbid medical or neurological illness were excluded. Patient who were not willing to participate were not included. So the scales used, so semi-structured pro forma for assessing the socio-demographic profile, ICD-11 for diagnosing, and positive and negative syndrome scale, and Montel cognitive assessment for assessing the cognitive impairment. So little bit about MOCA. So the following domains were assessed in MOCA. So first is the visual-spatial abilities, which is assessed by two tests, which is the clock drawing test and the three-dimensional cube copy test. And next, executive functions were evaluated using trail making B task, and phonemic fluency and two verbal abstraction task was also used. So the short-term verbal memory recall task, which includes two learning drives of 5 known nouns, which is recalled after a period of 5 minutes. So the attention, concentration, and working memory were assessed using tapping task, serial subtraction task, and digit forward and backward task respectively. So the language involves naming 3 animals and repetition of 2 syntactically complex sentences and above mentioned fluency tasks. So lastly, the orientation to time and places were also assessed in MOCA. So the results of the study, so the cognitive function was assessed by MOCA showed that about 93% of the scores fell below the normal cutoff value of 26, indicating that at least most of the patients are at least mild cognitive impairment. So the below graph shows that the cognitive impairment is more among patients with showing impairment in delayed recall followed by abstraction, orientation, sentence repetition, serial subtraction test, verbal fluency, and trial making. So this is the MOCA. So this is the correlation matrix. So this depicts that there is a negative correlation among MOCA with age, PANS negative score and duration of illness. So education has some positive relation. So more the education, more the score was. And PANS positive score and general score didn't have any significant relationship with MOCA. Same. So the results. So MOCA score is related more to a PANS negative subscale score rather than the positive or general score. So more the negative symptoms, the patient had a more impairment in cognitive function. Discussion. So as mentioned earlier, most of the patient had at least mild cognitive impairment and multiple domains were affected. So the cognitive impairment is mostly associated with negative symptoms, and this cognitive impairment could be an important factor in considering the patient's care, discharge planning, who are admitted as inpatient. So this neurocognitive deficit in schizophrenia is more important since they are associated with the functional outcomes. So those with cognitive impairments are associated with difficulty in cognitive functioning, difficulty in problem-solving skills, and reduced success in various psychosocial rehabilitation programs, and inability to maintain a successful employment. So the limitations, of course, the sample size was small, and the details about the treatment, especially use of antipsychotics and other medications, and the use of L-protonation therapy were not mentioned or not included in this study. So to conclude, the study focused on the cognitive impairment in patient with schizophrenia. So the age, negative symptoms, illness duration, education might play important roles in overall domains of cognitive deficits. So these cognitive deficits can be a predictor for functional outcome, including employment and independent living. So here we used MOCA, which appears to be a quick, feasible, and sensitive tool in assessing cognitive function in patients with schizophrenia. These are the references. Thank you.
Can you mention any other tests being used in assessing cognition?
Sir, we can use matrix consensual cognitive assessment scale, that is a measurement of treatment and intervention to improve cognition in schizophrenia, and brief cognitive assessment skills for schizophrenia, and assessment of cognition scale is used, and the schizophrenia cognitive assessment scale is also there. And MMSE can also be used, but these scales are a little bit more consuming compared to MOCA. But MOCA has certain limitations too, but it can detect even mild cognitive impairment, but it doesn't go in much in detail about assessment of other cognitive domains as assessed by other batteries.
Very good. Why do you think cognition gets impaired in schizophrenia? What are the reasons?
Sir, the various hypothesis has been there, but most importantly, glutamate dysfunction, dysregulation in schizophrenic patients can lead to cognitive impairment. The dopamine dysregulation prefrontal cortex can also cause.
What is the title of the study?
Sir, assessment of cognitive impairment in patients suffering from schizophrenia, sir.
It is already understood that cognition will be impaired, right? What is the significance of doing this study?
Sir, actually, the title has to be a little bit modified, sir. But using MOCA was the main primary objective, sir. But I did mention it in this slide. Yes, sir. Yes, because other batteries are available, sir, but it is a little bit time consuming. So in OP practice, in short span of 10 to 15 minutes, we can use this tool so that to early predict, and then we can start the cognitive remediation therapy or other therapies to improve the functional outcomes in patients.
Please define cognition.
Sorry, sir. Thanks.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. Next up, we have Dr. Somesh Mahanti. Can we please cheer him up as he comes up on stage?
Good morning. My topic is a cross-sectional study of executive functioning in children and adolescents with ADHD. Introduction: ADHD is common in childhood and adolescents with overall prevalence of 4.4 and the prevalence changes to 8% in children and adolescents. Studies suggest ADHD is associated with functional and structural changes in cortico-basal ganglia, thalamocortical circuitry of the brain, including the anterocingulate cortex, thalamus, occipital cortex, bilateral hippocampus, amygdala, as well as extensively involved in cerebral regions. Deficient neural activity in frontoparietal and frontostriatal regions are consistent findings in ADHD. The non-specific catecholamine hypothesis poses that there is an imbalance among various neurotransmitters, including norepinephrine, epinephrine, and dopamine. Researchers have stated that the hyperactive, impulsive, and inattentive behavior of children with ADHD is a consequence of various executive function deficits stemming from these impairments. However, there is a gap in literature regarding comparing the various domains of executive functioning of treatment-naive and medicated children with ADHD, both with each other and typically developing children. Aim to assess the executive functioning in children and adolescents with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Objectives to assess the impairment in various domains of executive functioning in children and adolescents with ADHD, to compare the executive functioning in children with normal development, treatment-naive children with ADHD, and children with ADHD on medication. To assess the correlation of impairment in executive function with the symptom severity of ADHD. Inclusion criteria: children and adolescents of age less than 18 years, children and adolescents whose parents give consent for the study. For children and adolescents with ADHD, those who are diagnosed with ADHD as per DSM-5 criteria were selected. And for the individuals with normal development, children and adolescents who had no clinical symptoms of psychiatric or developmental disorders and who had no such complaints or history were chosen. Exclusion: if the age is more than 18, if the parents refuse consent. For the children and adolescents with ADHD, those who had other psychiatric or developmental comorbidities were excluded. And for those with normal development, with anyone with any history of complaint or clinical features of psychiatric or developmental disorders were excluded. It is a study design is a cross-sectional study. Study setting: Child and Adolescent Psychiatry Department, GHMC, Visakhapatnam. Study sample: children and adolescents attending outpatient or inpatient department of child and adolescent psychiatry diagnosed with ADHD. Sample size is 50. The sampling technique was non-probability convenient sampling, and the study period was 3 months. Study tools: attention deficit hyperactivity disorder rating scale, ADHD-RS, as well as ADHD-RS preschool version. It is an 18-item questionnaire to assess the severity of symptoms in those diagnosed with ADHD. And Brown executive function scale, parent form. It is a 57-item questionnaire divided into 6 clusters: attention, focus, effort, emotion, memory, and action, to assess the various domains of executive functioning. Methodology: children and adolescents attending the child and adolescent psychiatry department of GHMC who satisfied the inclusion criteria and whose parents gave consent were selected by non-probability convenient sampling for the study. Children and adolescents with no history, complaint, or clinical features of psychiatric or developmental disorder were selected to serve as baseline for the executive functioning impairment. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder rating scale was applied to assess the severity of symptoms, and Brown executive functional attention scale, parent form, was applied by identifying questionnaire parent. The continuous variables were compared using independent sample t-test. Correlation between the variables were done using Pearson correlation test. Significance was defined by p-value less than 0.05 using a two-graded test. Result: the sample consisted of 40 children and adolescents with ADHD and 10 children and adolescents with normal development. The mean age was 10.2 years. Among children and adolescents with ADHD, males were 68%, whereas females were 32%. And among those with ADHD, 45% were drug naive and 55% were on medication. The average score of ADHD-RS among those with ADHD was 32.33. The executive functioning, the score in various domains shows the highest, so according to the Brown scale, the highest score to more than impairment. So highest impairment was seen in action domain, followed by focus, activation, and the least impairment was seen in memory domain. This is a table showing the comparison between the group with ADHD and the children and adolescents with normal development. It shows that impairment in executive functioning is statistically significant in all domains in children and adolescents with ADHD compared to children with normal development. This is the table showing the comparison between drug-naive children with ADHD and those on medication. It shows that there is significant difference with the drug-naive children and adults having higher impairment in executive functioning in all domains except memory, where the difference is there, but it is not statistically significant, with the p-value being 0.06. these are the start showing the correlation. The total impairment score has shows a strong correlation with ADHD RS score among the individual domain, activation and action. This activation shows strong correlation, action shows moderate correlation, focus, emotion also show moderate correlation. Effort, impairment in effort shows strong correlation with ADHD RS score, whereas impairment in memory shows weak correlation with ADHD score. Conclusion. The sample consisted predominantly of children compared to adolescents, showing earlier age of onset and approach for consultation. Males were higher than females, suggesting increased prevalence in males in the study population. Among the children and adolescents with ADHD, almost equal percentage were drug-naive or on medication. Executive functioning was significantly impaired in children and adolescents with ADHD, taking baseline scores for children with normal development into account. Impairment in executive functioning was highest in action domain, followed by focus activation and least in memory domain. Executive functioning in each domain in drug-naive was significantly worse than those on medication except memory domain. And impairment in executive functioning had strong correlation for the severity of symptoms of ADHD. The correlation was strongest for activation, followed by effort. It was moderate for focus, emotion and action. While it had weak correlation with severity of memory had weak correlation with severity of ADHD symptoms. Limitation. The sample size is small. The control of the baseline group is also small, and the assessment was based on parent response questionnaire, which is shown here. These are my measures.
Study was done in a DHM setting. You said total 50 patients. 40 were with ADHD and 10 were normal. ADHD sample is quite high, normal is lower. So can you correlate the study using this?
Actually, the study was actually to study the executive functioning in ADHD. As the objective of comparing it to children with baseline development was added later on, and limited time so it was less sample group.
So, any other assessments you have corner ADHD.
Drug-naive cases were 18 out of the 40 and 22 were taking medicine.
Why do you think that 6 domains? Many domains was less affected, correct? And the action part was why do you think the difference in the action and is there any specific reason for that? Is that just a normal
Action part was affected based on the mechanism of neurotransmitter improvement and the human receptors. Memory part was the finding that I found that correlation of memory has been very less correlation with the severity of ADHD in the finding.
if you comment on any similar studies,
The similar studies users comparing overall executive functioning and executive functioning based on objective tests, two tests, other tests they were doing, but they did not come across studies on memory in ADHD.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. Next up, we have Dr. Sindhuja. Can we please have a huge round of applause?
Good morning, Manava. I'm Dr. Sindhuja. I'm a junior resident in the Department of Psychiatry, Karnataka Medical College and Research Institute, Hubli. Today I'll be presenting the paper on cross-sectional study to assess the prevalence and patterns of substance use and its relation with severity of anxiety disorders in patients of anxiety disorders attending psychiatry department at Tertiary Care Center, Hubballi. The objectives of my study were to determine the prevalence of substance use in patients of anxiety disorder, to determine the patterns of substance use in patients of anxiety disorder, and to determine the relationship between pattern of substance use and severity of anxiety disorder. Coming to the methodology, the study was conducted on patients diagnosed with anxiety disorder belonging to a 40 and 41 spectrum, that is the phobic anxiety disorders and other anxiety disorders, diagnosed according to International Classification of Disorders, version. And the patient aged above 18 years after taking written and informed consent was taken. The study design was, it was a single-center cross-sectional observational study and the study period of 1 year, and the non-probability convenience sampling method was applied. By taking the prevalence from the previous study, which was about 21% for the substance use in anxiety disorders, keeping the error at 10%, the sample size, minimum sample size was 63%, and the total number of samples enrolled were 116. And other patients diagnosed with other comorbid psychiatric disorders and patients not willing to provide consent were taken into the were excluded from the study. The assessment tools used were firstly informed consent form, then semi-structured socio-demographic and clinical protocol, then ICD-10 was used for diagnosing anxiety disorders and also to exclude other comorbid psychiatric disorders, and assess screening test was used to screen the presence of substance use in patients of anxiety disorder, and the Hamilton Anxiety Rating Scale was used to assess the severity. Then severity of alcohol dependence questionnaire was used to for the presence of dependence of substances. The pertaining scales were used for alcohol dependence. The severity of alcohol dependence questionnaire was used for tobacco of smokable form. Fagerstrom test for nicotine dependence was used, and for smokeless tobacco, the modified version of Fagerstrom test was used, and for other substance dependence, severity of dependence scale was used. Later, after comparing the data was analyzed using IPS software, employing chi-square test for categorical variables and independent t-test for comparing HAM-A scores between substance users and non-substance users. Coming to the results of my study, the patients mainly were almost uniformly distributed among all the age groups, but mostly having higher prevalence of 31 to 40 years, followed by 41 to 50 years. Then in my sample, slightly there was male predominance seen, and but there was more discrepancy in terms of socioeconomic status. Since it was a government medical college, most of the patients belong to lower middle socioeconomic status family. And since it was present in urban centers, so the expected population was more of urban. And on assessing severity on HAM-A scores, the severity was more in mild to moderate, followed by mild. And among the substance use, tobacco was seen more, followed by comorbid tobacco and alcohol. Coming to my first outcome, the prevalence of substance use in anxiety disorder patients from my sample obtained was 37.1%. And the pattern was more for dependence, that is nicotine dependence, followed by alcohol harmful use and nicotine dependence. The pattern assessed for harmful use and dependence. And after when the mean HAM-A scores were compared, it was more in substance users, that is as seen here, it was 21 when compared to 18 in non-substance users. So indicating that anxiety severity is more among substance users as compared to non-substance users. And when assessed on the patterns of substance use, that is for harmful use and dependence in severity of anxiety disorders, there was distribution almost uniformly throughout all the severities. So, and also the p value obtained from chi-square was 0.158, which was not significant. So, which showed that the severity did not much affect the pattern of substance use, or pattern did not affect the severity of substance use, like harmful use versus dependence. Coming to the conclusion, the study found a significant association between substance use and anxiety disorders, with around 37.1% of participants reporting substance use. Alcohol and tobacco are the most commonly used substances among participants, reflecting the high prevalence of these substances in anxiety disorders. The severity of anxiety disorders increased among substance users, with higher Hamilton scores observed compared to non-users. Harmful use and dependence were present across all the levels of anxiety severity, emphasizing the complex relationship between substance use and anxiety. So there was no significant association found between pattern of substance use and severity of anxiety disorders. So the findings underscore the need for integrated treatment approaches that address both substance use and anxiety disorders simultaneously.
Nice presentation. You have selected a recent study. So those studies we conducted last year. When you know the study which is conducted last year, and also according to you, what is the takeaway from this study?
So one thing is that when I started the study, I was expecting that the substance dependence patients will have more anxiety severity when compared to this, harmful users. And also, patients having substance use as per se will have more anxiety severity. There was mean Hamilton scores are already high in substance users, but when compared the patterns, it was not that significant. So that was one thing which I could observe. But it was from this study I could conclude that the presence of substance itself can act as a factor for increasing the severity, so whether it is dependence or harmful use. Maybe if I could conduct the longitudinal study, I think it would help me to see the temporal correlation between what happens with the severity and what happens with the pattern. So since it was a cross-sectional study, that was one of the limitations.
What is the difference between harmful use and dependence?
Sir, actually, according to the criteria of the guidelines from ICD-10, so dependence means set of criteria, that is 3 out of 6 criteria for any substance, which is mainly seen as tolerance, then craving for substance use, then withdrawal symptoms seen after the cessation of the substance, and neglecting the alternate pleasurable activities in terms of time spent. So all these criteria would amount to dependence. But harmful use, it is being stated that any substance which is taken and which can cause some impairment in terms of psychological or physical effects in the body. So that is harmful. Sir, actually, around 60% of the patients were follow-up patients. So there were compliance was maintained, sir, and around 40% was new patients. So as such, I did not assess the correlation as such between the substance and the compliance with the anxiety disorder. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, actually, benzodiazepine was would have become a confounding factor because they were also used for systematic management of anxiety. So I had to exclude the benzodiazepine. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There were patients who had been on long-term treatment of benzodiazepine. So that was a confusion.
Next up, we have the last presentation for today, Dr. Bhanupriya. Can we please all warmly welcome her to the stage? Good morning. I'm Dr. Bhanupriya, final year from the Institute of Medical Science. I'm here to present my study, Prevalence and Factors Associated with Common Mental Disorders in a Primary Setting. Common mental disorders focus on the prevalence of mental health disorders like anxiety, panic disorder, agoraphobia, social anxiety disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and depressive disorders, which have a significant impact on daily living. So, the mental disorders, they rank among the top 4 leading causes of disability in developed nations, reflecting a significant prevalence of 15.4%. So the mental disorders like anxiety and depression, they have a significant impact in the disability-adjusted lifestyle, which in India is estimated to be about 4.7 in 2017. In which depressive disorders being the largest contributor, about 3.8, and anxiety disorders at about 19%. So the World Mental Health Survey in India, they found that the past 12-month prevalence of common mental disorders to be about 5.5, and the National Mental Health Survey in India in 2016 showed a concerning treatment gap of 80.4%, which was notably higher in non-metro areas, just focusing that these areas require a larger facilities. So in India, approximately 70 to 80% of the population reside in rural areas, lacking access to adequate healthcare facilities. So my objective, the primary objective, like to determine the prevalence of common mental disorders among patients attending a primary health center, and secondary objective to determine the socio-demographic and clinical factors associated with common mental disorders among patients attending a primary health center. The methodology, it was a cross-sectional study design, where the participants being all patients attending primary health center aged 18 years and above, and excluding those with serious medical illness or sensory impairment. So the sample size was 237, consecutive sampling was done. Approval was obtained from the Institute Ethics Committee of Pondicherry Institute of Medical Science. Written informed consent was obtained from the patient in their language before recruiting them for the study. Participants' confidentiality and privacy were maintained throughout the study. Data on socio-demographic and clinical conditions were collected and analyzed using SPSS software with categorical variables summarized as percentages and frequencies. The participants who provided consent were assessed using a quick structural clinical interview for DSM-5 disorders, this is KIT-5 for interview. It is a fully structured diagnostic instrument adapted from KIT-5 and it can be administered by any physician including those training. It has a modular design where module A was moved and psychosis disorder, and module B includes anxiety disorders which were registered in this study. The results. In this study, the mean age of patients were about 47.1 years. More than half were women, which is almost 136, almost 57%. And the study found that among the 237 participants, 40 were having at least one common mental disorder. Among the study population, 8.4 had current major depressive disorder, making it the most common among the common mental disorders, with current generalized anxiety disorder being the common among the anxiety disorders. Higher proportions of mental disorders were observed in females, married individuals, the unemployed, and those from upper socioeconomic status, patients with medical comorbidities, and users of nicotine or alcohol. Moving on to discussion, in our study, the prevalence of common mental disorders, they were consistent with the rates reported in most clinical studies, including the National Mental Health Survey. The strength of the study included the utilization of a reliable and validated questionnaire for the diagnosis of common mental disorders. The use of convenient sampling may limit the accuracy of the findings, as this method does not ensure a representative sample of the broader population. Conducting the research in a single center restricts the scope of this study and may reflect the experiences or conditions in different regions. I conclude by saying that the study revealed that 1 in 6 patients who visited the primary health center had at least one common mental disorder. The major depressive disorder, generalized anxiety, and social anxiety being the most prevalent common mental disorder in this population. So initiatives were aimed at empowering physicians and staff nurses working in primary health centers to diagnose and treat these disorders and should explore thus enhancing the overall mental health care delivery at grassroots level. My references and it is maximum 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes to develop.
But you didn't mention why it takes schizophrenia rather than mental disorders. You focus only on depression and anxiety.
Because there are really the talk of depression and anxiety, we are having to do
So how do you think will be able to improve screening for mental disorders at primary health center? What should we do?
maybe training the staff and medical officers working over there. They should be training to screen for depression and anxiety or any other common mental disorders. They should be trained for that so that patients when they approach, so basically these questionnaires should be also administered as well. Basic questionnaire that may lead 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes of addressing that so that they can be further managed.
From our side?
From our side, we psychiatrists should be posted there. Primary health centers, we should be posted there. We are should focus on training medical officers over there to screen for that.
We are being posted. But we should liaise with other consulting other departments. Because what is consulting so we should be more proactive and liaise with the other departments. So that they refer the cases to us. And we can manage the patients who suffer from this.
No, sir, it was not excluded, but in the proceed with the discussion, we will focus on depression and anxiety. Yes, that is quite common. Substance use is quite common and it's also included in modular, but I focus on the I was moving from the present level. Those substance use can the disorder or can be influenced from that, but I focus on the yes, it is. So we have come to an end to the presentation for today. Thank you so much participants for the wonderful presentation. Thank you so much chairs for the information. So now we will get all the certificates on the three mandatory functions as the village is also there. So now we'll proceed to Hall A for the inauguration and we'll come back here at 10:45 for a panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Call. So we have a prize of 1,000 rupees for every session for the best question. So here's your chance to win big. In every session, the chairperson will reward the attendee with the most insightful question with a cash prize of 1,000 rupees. So pay close attention, engage, and make your voice heard. You can just grab the prize. Good morning, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues. Welcome to IPSOCON 2024. It is a pleasure to host you for this gathering of some of the brightest minds in psychiatry. To open our conference, we are honored to present a panel discussion on must-know aspects of the Mental Health Care Act of 2017. Joining us as panelists for the session are Dr. Malayappan M., Dr. Jaya Prakashan, Dr. Prashant N.R., Dr. Rajshekar Vipleta, and Dr. Disha Linda. This session will be chaired by our esteemed chair, Dr. Ravish P.N., Professor and Head of the Department of Psychiatry at Mysore Medical College and Research Institute, and Dr. Chetan Kumar, Associate Professor of Psychiatry at Government Medical College, Trishur, Kerala. Please join me in warmly welcoming our panel to the stage. Welcome, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. We welcome to the panel discussion about must-know aspects of the Mental Health Care Act. Myself, Dr. Ravish, and along with me, Dr. Sepin, we will be chairing the session. To introduce the panelists, I will begin with Dr. Malayappan. I'm sure all the panelists are well known because they have worked in the state organizations in their respective states. Dr. Malayappan is the Director of Institute of Mental Health, Hill Park, Chennai. He is the Professor of Psychiatry, Madras Medical College, serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the State Mental Health Authority. He is serving as the State Nodal Officer for District Mental Health Program in Tamil Nadu. He has more than 26 years as a teacher in psychiatry that involves the postgraduates, undergraduates, nursing students. He has presented many lectures at the state, zonal, and has published many papers, particularly on legal psychiatry. And he has played a significant role in drafting the state mental health policy to Tamil Nadu. I request you to give a big applause to Dr. Malayappan.
I'll take the opportunity to introduce Dr. Rajshekar Vipleta is now famous as the editor of IJPM, and is also the Professor of Psychiatry at HOD Government Medical College, Medak, Telangana. He has experience as a former Professor of Psychiatry and Deputy Superintendent of Institute of Mental Health, Osmania Medical College, Hyderabad, former Chairman, Research Building Capacity of IPS Zonal, former editor, Archives of Mental Health, Deputy Editor, Osmania Journal of Medical Research, Editorial Advisor, IJP, Editorial Board Member, Telangana Journal of Psychiatry, Advisory Board, Archives of Biological Psychiatry. He is a co-principal investigator of Enhanced Project, Asian Bipolar Genetics Network, and the Megacity Survey. And he has an interest in obsessive compulsive and related disorders, psychiatric rating scales, insight in psychiatric disorders. Welcome to you, Rajshekar Vipleta, sir.
I now take the opportunity to introduce Dr. K.P. Jayaprakashan. He is the Associate Professor of Psychiatry, Government Medical College, Thiruvananthapuram. He worked as past CEO of Kerala State Mental Health Authority, and he has more than 20 years of teaching experience for the postgraduates in psychiatry. His area of interest are disaster mental health, psychiatric rehabilitation, telepsychiatry, interface of digital technology and mental health, which is the theme for the IPSOCON. His awards and recognition are immediate past president of IPS Kerala branch, past treasurer IPS South Zone, past secretary IPS Kerala State branch. Welcome, Dr. Jayaprakashan, sir.
Dr. Prashant N.R. He is the additional member secretary of Karnataka State Mental Health Authority. So he is the appropriate person for this session. With a post graduation from CMC Vellore, working in Bangalore Medical College and Research Institute since 2000 as faculty, now head of the department. And he's been the KSMHA additional member secretary for the past 3 years. I also find it amusing that both Dr. Rajshekhar and Dr. Prashant, of all these people, are my seniors from CMC. So proud to be with you, sir. Welcome. Welcome, Prashant.
So it was not accident that you received. It was a destiny. Yeah. So finally we have Dr. Vishal Ingla, the most smartest of the bunch. So currently is the chief psychiatrist in Ingla's Hospital, Vijayawada, which has a DNB training institute. Received the World Psychiatry Association Young Psychiatry Fellowship in 2007 at Melbourne, Australia. He was the Silver Jubilee Award recipient from the very NIMANS, where we are sitting, for being the best outgoing student in MD Psychiatry for the year 2005. Also recognized for postdoctoral fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry. He manages chain of exclusive child guidance clinics, ICGC, with branches at Mumbai, Vizag, Hyderabad and Vijayawada. He is a TED speaker. He is IPL South Zone representative to National Council from 2001 to 2024. 2021, yeah, 24. And he is the member of State Mental Health Authority. Welcome, Vishal. I think I'll start with Vishal to set the stage interesting. Vishal, being in a private practice, how did you face the challenge of the new Mental Health Care Act?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ravish, for the kind introduction and the question. I have realized that I am one from the private sector amongst all the other panelists. So, some of the unique problems that we face as people in the private sector looking after persons with mental ill. One of the main things is when a patient with psychosis comes and he has all the other clauses that are fit for a Section 89 high support admission. Unfortunately, he has also capacity to comprehend information and make decisions. In those kind of situations, it's not technically possible to use Section 89. I would like inputs from the others because he has capacity, but he is a fit case otherwise for high support admission. So that's one of the areas where we have issues with while admitting patients with these kind of problems. The second thing is the nominated representative. Our society is driven by the family system. It's always been that the family takes care of the patient, not the state, unlike some of the Western countries. Now, this act inadvertently pits the family against the patient. And it's like a situation where, the patient has the right to choose anybody as his NR. And sometimes family is the one which bears the brunt of whatever the patient has to go through. But to say that anybody could be the NR and the patient can choose anybody as the NR is again something that has created problems for us in the past. The other problem that is there technically, though we haven't ever faced it, is the punishments for contraventions of the act for practitioners is quite steep, I would think, because this is not like negligence or anything. It's just that sometimes we are not well aware of the act. The maximum punishments are about 5 lakhs in fine and about 2 years of imprisonment, which I would think is very steep. And the worst part is, though I don't think it has ever happened, but the worst part is there is no provision for a psychiatrist to contest, or even if it's accidental or because of practical difficulties, some error has happened. So I think these are predominantly the areas where we have been facing issues with the new Mental Health Care Act.
So, to sum up, you feel that the capacity assessment is little bit ambivalent as far as the high support needs. Second thing is still the confusion with nominated representative, and finally the penalty clause. So which is uh, can I say demotivating for private practitioners or private mental health?
Yeah, demotivating and also makes us do a lot of defensive practices because in India we have always been somebody who want to take care of the patient. Now that has to change. Our mindset of patronizing care and thinking that we are the guardians and all of that should change because you could have a paranoid patient simply go and put some legal case against you and ultimately truth might prevail and you might get out of it. But the whole legal hassle of channelizing all your energies from taking care of your patient to looking after these legal problems is something that will propel us towards more defensive practice, is my concern.
So yesterday there was this pre-conference workshop on forensic which I attended. So regarding capacity, now it was told by Dr. Sudesh Badala that it is a dynamic thing and clinician makes the decision. And there was a case scenario where a patient has delusion, hallucination, pauses or disorder, still has capacity. Now, it is the clinician who decides the capacity or not. Now, what makes you say, why can't you write that there is no capacity? That is your assessment.
The important point is the act should say even if the individual has capacity, if there is a significant risk of harm to others or himself, he should be eligible for Section 8. That amendment should be there. We may write false. The MHRD is going to tell, or the court is going to tell, or the family member is going to tell, or the patient himself is going to tell that the capacity assessment when a psychiatrist is going is wrong. The court will say yes, the act has to be amended. That's when if the person is highly risky, harmful because of mental illness, if he has capacity, he is eligible for admission under Section 89. That amendment is must. That is there all over the world. Most of the countries in UK, in spite of capacity, if there is a high risk of harm due to mental illness, they will be sectioned. They will be admitted without the consent. But that is not present in the present act. So that has to be amended. Very important amendment which will save many of us. If the act is going to be implemented very strictly, without this amendment, we will not be able to admit many patients who are physically harmful and also have the capacity. We cannot simply say this person is not having capacity because I say capacity assessment is dynamic. We cannot do something wrong which we know on. Capacity is just receiving the information, processing the information, assessing the risk, and making a decision. He may make any decision. Then we have to say he has capacity. It is only a cognitive component. It is not a judgmental thing. Whether he makes the right decision, whether he is considering the risk involved with others, that are all considered in capacity. Receiving information about his illness and treatment, processing that information, making a decision regarding his treatment, and communicating a decision about the treatment, that's all capacity.
In that case, can they be admitted under emergency section?
Emergency section should not be used for a mental health establishment. Cannot be used for a mental health establishment. It can be used only for other general health establishment. So again, there is a restriction use section 994 for a registered mental health establishment. Again, we are hands are tied to admit a person under section 994 when he is highly violent and also have the capacity.
Just to clarify that means my mental health establishment, MHC, cannot section 94. Is it written?
It should, yes, it is there in the act. The last line, section 994 says it should not be used in mental health establishment up to the person reaches mental health establishment.
Sir, the emergency section is for health establishment, any health establishment. My point is, MHC is a health establishment. One second, let me come. MHC is a health establishment. There is no provision that it not be used in a mental health establishment. Different. I just go through the sections. I think this is important because in a hospital, when the person comes, there will not be two, there will not be a psychiatrist or there may be only a medical practitioner. To admit a person involuntarily, get a supported relationship, there should be two persons. So, it is until the assessment is completed, either the person reaches the mental health establishment or until the assessment is complete. So we can take 72 hours starting from the referral for assessment and emergency treatment. So what we do is when person comes in casualty, we keep them under observation in section 94. Next day we assess and the psychiatrist is there, we admit the person under appropriate sections.
Yeah, why I asked about emergency section means.
But can I add?
Yeah, because there you can define that he is dangerous to self, others, or harmful. That section comes under emergency.
And also, the treatment is restricted to that only. You cannot give a stabilizer or long-term treatment. You cannot give a depot because it's not for emergency treatment. So, emergency treatment is restricted to the control of violence and harm. Proper treatment after sectioning. So we are using it, and we had a extensive debate on that. But we remember that, and that's why we had that discussion in our MSc group also.
Sir, what is preventing you or the government of India in making the amendment to section 89? Say there is irrespective of the capacity. If the person is severely mentally ill and having a high risk of violent behavior, dangerousness to others, he can be admitted. That will solve the main issue. Instead of going section 94, we can use only for 72 hours or till he reaches the mental health establishments. He may require 1 week of treatment, he may require 10 days of treatment. Irrespective at the time of when the nominated representative of the family brings the patient and he is acutely paranoid, if he has capacity to decide he is dangerous to his wife or mother, what can we do? We can simply say he is having capacity, I cannot do anything. This is not present in many countries. That has to be changed. Then we have to tell the government of India to change that. Irrespective of the capacity assessment should not be given importance when section 89 is considered. When the individual is mentally ill, severely mentally ill, dangerous to others or himself, he should be admitted and treated with the request from nominated representative. That should be the amendments. Without that, getting some compensation from capacity assessment, some modification under section 94 is not going to help in the future. We will be satisfying ourselves. That will not be the real change. Anybody, any judge or any MHRB chairperson can pin us in spite of capacity. How can you admit under section 89?
I think the first question itself has initiated so much of a discussion. For further comments, I think later on we can take it from the audience. Moving on, now in your private practice, Vishal, you will get a call. Quite often you get a call that there is a wandering mentally ill, or there can be a disturbed patient in the home, ambulance services to go and pick it up. What is your experience regarding, because you have worked in Manobandhu, an NGO, which works for wandering mentally ill. So,
two parts to your question, Ravish. One part you're asking about, say there is already an existing patient of ours now who is at home and we stopped medication, he's relapsed, he fulfills all criteria for sectioning, but he is at home. So the patient's family members, the NR can give us an application stating the issue and the need for supported admission. And then under provisions of section 94, we could send our mental health team, our ambulance along with the doctor to see the patient there, assess the situation And then, because if the patient satisfies criteria for 94, which is harm to self, harm to others, not able to take care of himself at all, things like, or damage to property, then section 94 applies straight away. So under that section, he can be brought to the hospital in the ambulance from his house. So there, psychiatrists have been given superpowers. I mean, imagine, apart from police, nobody else has this capacity to barge into somebody's house and to pick somebody else and bring them to your place. But Section 94 gives us that power. So to think that Mental Health Care Act has always made psychiatrists powerless is also not correct. And we have utilized this section abundantly for all our patients. Of course, we make sure that we have some comfort with the family. We have worked with them in the past. That's one thing that we keep in mind, so that we don't want unnecessary legal hazards later on. But we've used Section 94, bring them to the hospital, and then section him under the appropriate section and move forward. That's what we've done. The second part of your question is homeless mentally ill who are in the society and what can be done about them. There's an NGO with whom we work closely. It's called Manobandhu in our state. So what this NGO does is they take the patient, they act like the nominated representative of the patient. Technically, they should go to the police station, register an FIR, then the police responsibility to send the patient to the nearest government mental health establishment under section 100. However, there are some technical issues here because of which police sometimes, because of their lack of awareness or because of their other priorities, might not take it up as a very important issue for them. But the NGO tries to put some influence of pressure on the police people to give that paper, because that paper will then make it easy for the government mental health establishment to admit them. Otherwise, the mental health establishment will simply say, see, you're just bringing the patient, how can we take the patient? To circumvent this, again, Dr. Malayapan will definitely point out it's not technically correct, but sometimes when the police is not keen on doing this sectioning under 100, they don't use section 100, then what this NGO has been doing is to show them as their inmates in one of their shelter homes and take responsibility as a nominated representative. Then there is no problem. They directly take them to the mental health establishment and give a letter stating the same thing, and the mental health establishment takes the patient in. But there is a small technical issue here, but sometimes when the police is not aware and is not helping with section 100 and filing a FIR, because they have 100 reasons to avoid FIR. They have to follow up every FIR. More FIRs means overall it looks as if the police station is not working well. Whereas some FIRs may be skewed because there's a mental health establishment in that region. So because of these reasons, police are not so comfortable doing section 100. But this showing them as nominated representatives, the NGO itself takes responsibility and takes them directly to the mental health establishment, which then admits the patient.
Are you using your private ambulances, or do the government ambulances also help the patient to bring the patient from home?
Totally. So for the second part, the homeless mentally, it's totally the ambulances of the NGO. Government has been giving zero support for this. When there was some issue with admissions in some of the government mental hospitals, for whatever reason, they were asking, say, give us a reception order also, without that we won't admit and all of that. The support that government gave is, they gave an order stating that please don't refuse admissions for lack of a reception order, because technically speaking, reception order is not required as long as you have section 100 from the police. But no other support as of now from the government.
Sabini, can you take next?
Dr. Rajeshekar, to you. As an experienced state officer, what barriers need to be addressed?
Respected sir and all the panelists, so I feel very privileged to be amongst all government officials and which are definitely from the good private institute who is doing so much of work. The most important thing, I think in our state at least it is there, but it is not completely in force as such. We are getting mixtures, like sometimes even under MHA 1987 we are getting orders, even non-reception orders, and also MHC. So it's like a mixture. But most important thing, one challenge what we are facing right now is about the MHRP, where especially the salaries part It's not yet completely defined like who is going to pay the salaries and all that. So at this point of time, we have two MHRBs. One is at Hyderabad, which is actually identified under DMHO, the District Medical Officer, and there is one at Warangal. So the important issues about the salaries, that's the one barrier we are having. And one more thing is the what we have observed, like especially the those who are in private practice, there is some reluctance even now. I think it is the situation all over the country. They still believe that MHCA is not needed, and but we have to understand that MHCA is an act of parliament, and definitely we need to get acquainted with it, and definitely we need to have our say in the amendments which are coming future. So there is a very high need for private practitioners. I'm not saying all, but few in regarding compliance with the MHCA. And one more issue is about the creation and funding from the government regarding rehab homes. So at this point of time, the whole onus has actually come onto the government hospital itself. But there is a MHCA strongly talks about proper rehab homes and all other such shelters. And from the patient barrier, even now, actually we did a small study which is under publication right now, is about advanced directives, though it is one of the very important concept in MHC about advanced directive and nominated representatives, which because of illiteracy, knowledge, and whatever issues, many patients don't understand the concept of advanced directive, the nominated representatives and all that. So it is a very important need on our part to educate them. And also, like for example, what Vishal also was talking about, the homeless mentally ill people, or many times when patient comes alone, even though he's well educated, who is he going to represent as a nominated representative, especially for homeless mentally ill? I don't really know whether NGO can actually take a role of a nominated representative, because the whole concept of nominated representative is that patient should nominate somebody as a nominated representative. So that is my lack of understanding. And poor medical record keeping is a very important lacune, which is we should call it as a lacune as well as barrier, because MHCA stresses a lot on that we have to maintain proper medical records, because that is what we are going to produce the court of law. And one very significant finding is the lack of human resources, this periodic reporting to MHRB, because I was telling that we get orders actually as per MHCA. We say you send reports every 10 days, but do we really have so much of human resources to do that? So these are the barriers which we found. Thank you.
Then go on to the next question also, like which part of the MHCA can
Yeah.
be improved?
Yeah, I think we can.
Cover both together.
Yeah.
So as a superintendent of duty, you've had situations where homeless mentally ill, some police is brought to the hospital, and then you are finding difficult to, next step, where to send. Has situations like that happened?
Yeah, definitely. I was not a superintendent, I was a deputy superintendent, not superintendent. So yeah, definitely that's a very big challenge, especially with homeless mentally people. I was telling you, we are still getting reception orders as per MHA 1987. So as a general policy, what we say is you please get a proper reception order from the honorable courts. That's still happening. And yeah, so that is one part. Do you want me to talk about other things? What are
One point I just wanted to add, when you mentioned about no nominated representative for homeless mentally ill, with the permission of Dr. Prashant, who is additional CEO.
Yes.
In Karnataka, the MHRB has issued the notification that the district social welfare officer shall be nominated representative. So it has been to an extent clarified in Karnataka.
But I think so in that case that has to be implemented all over that similar fashion, probably it can be done in other places.
It depends on the state mental health policy.
I think Dr. Prashant, thanks for this opportunity to be in this panel. Just to add on to what you were saying, Section 14 says if there are no persons available to be appointed as nominated representative, the board shall appoint the Director, Department of Social Welfare, and or his designated representatives as NRs for persons with mental illness.
Okay,
In
sir.
state of Karnataka, the MHRB, which was functioning here, had issued such an order to the Director of Social Welfare Department, and he in turn had designated his subordinates in all districts as
Okay,
the
sir.
nominated representative. So that nomination part is over.
Okay, sir.
Now homeless people, whenever we find to contact them and get that has not been happening. However, the NR issue is sorted out.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So, yes, some of the things.
Homeless wandering mentally person, where usually the police has to rescue them. Whenever the area of the police station, according to the act and most of the country, the police only has the power to take a person into custody and send them to the hospital, public hospital, health establishment. But unfortunately, police is very busy. They have law and order crime duties, so they may not give importance to the homeless persons with mental illness, even though it is a statutory duty of the police officer. Most of the states in Tamil Nadu, we have identified NGOs. The government health department itself has identified NGOs. We call them as rescue NGOs, one for each district, and they will be informing the police and rescue the person from the street, get a memo from the police station and bring them to the public health establishment. Bring them to the public mental health establishment and get them admitted. And that NGO will be the nominated representative. We will get a letter from that NGO that I am we may request to admit this person found wandering in this place, and after informing the police, I have got a police memo. With that, almost the legal formalities are fulfilled in the letter. This power of rescuing a person or taking charge of a person should not be handed over to the NGO, in my opinion, without the police. Without the police, we have to, our health department in Tamil Nadu is constantly now for the last 2-3 months under High Court direction. High Court Chennai has given an instruction to prepare a policy for homeless persons with mental illness, and the policy is in the final stages. We have to get approval from the Home Department and also other departments. We have finalized the policy. The policy states that police has to register an FIR. It is a duty of the Mental Health Care Act and the state government health department to educate all the police people about the section 100 of the Mental Health Care Act, sensitize them, make them aware of the rescuing homeless persons with the mental illness. They need not do it by themselves. Rescue NGOs will be there. Only thing they have to, when the rescue NGO bring a person, they have to register an FIR and give a copy of the FIR to the rescue NGO and take them to the nearest public health establishment. That level, the police force has to be sensitized. Without police, if you are recommending the NGOs themselves to do that, in the future it may lead on to abuse, because taking a person into custody and giving that power to an NGO will not go well in the future. They may do anything. Many persons who are not law-abiding, even antisocial people can run NGOs. So that power cannot be given to NGOs per se. It should be with the police. The NGOs will do most of the work. Police only will register the FIR. One constable may accompany the person to the health establishment. That's all their role. For that, we have to get approval from the Home Department. We have to constantly negotiate with the police department. We have to meet the DGP, Home Secretary, educate them. We can use even the High Court, educate them, get their cooperation, sensitize all the police officers that whenever a homeless person with mental illness is rescued from the street, police has to register an FIR. Registering the FIR, there is one advantage. It will be entered in the police website, and the person's photo, address, everything will be seen all over India, all over the state. All the state government police can see that website. That man missing website is there, which portal covers whole India. So there is a chance of reuniting. The chance of reuniting with the family becomes more. So registering an FIR is a must. We have to strive for that. We should not dilute.
Can we force the police to do it? Like we have to negotiate with the police,
DGP. Get his cooperation first. We have to talk with the IAS officer of the police department, Home Secretary, DGP. We
we have to get the cooperation. Even the chief secretary, we have to talk, so that they will be, but the higher officials say, these inspectors will listen. So it has to come from the top. The instruction to register an FIR should come from the top police force. We are negotiating, and with another 2 months, the Tamil Nadu state policy for homeless persons with mental illness will be gazetted, and in that we have clearly mentioned FIR has to be registered with the police. NGOs will do the work.
Can I just add? In Andhra, I was just talking to Dr. Lokesh, who heads the unit in Vizag Mental Hospital. There are a lot of patients brought by the police who are creating nuisance in the public, and they take them to the mental health establishment, and the mental health establishment says, so please do a proper FIR, send section 100. They say not all that, maximum will give a small paper saying that this fellow is creating nuisance, you admit and take care of him. Then the institute actually puts section 100 as the clause for admitting him, while actually the police has not specifically mentioned that. But you know that small gap is still existing, but for now I think things are just going on like that.
I think I'll ask Dr. Jayaprakash, he was the past CEO, how you could interact with interdepartmental government officers, how you could lobby with them.
Mental Health Care Act is the concern of the psychiatrists and the patients nowadays. The stakeholders also are all the people, all the sections which come in interaction with the patient. The patients should be the member of the MHRD, MHA, Mental Health Authority. There are NGO representatives and psychiatrists, social workers, psychiatrists, clinical psychologists. So definitely there will be a conflict of interest. And we anticipated that while forming the state mental health authority, we anticipated that there should not be a conflict, and we could handpick those people. Actually, the problem was between the bureaucracy and the mental health authority. Bureaucracy is not, don't care. They don't want the mental health authority to be formed. They are not interested. So we had to have some advocacy, and the advocacy came from the Legal Service Society. IPS and the Legal Service Society. IPS approached State Legal Service Society, and they filed the case against the government, and we provided the details. So government was forced by the High Court to make MHA, and also MHRB also, that also came to pressurization to the High Court. So I had to give details for filing case against me as CEO. And I had to play both sides to get these things established. Then another conflict came about the post. They were not interested in forming the MHA, but after the MHA is formed, they realized that there is a post of the Deputy Secretary rank, which they were interested. So government order was twisted. They made some additions to the decision of the panel of ministers, and allotted the post to the secretariat staff. Deputy Secretary, that's a promotion post for them. Then IPS filed a case against them, against the government, and that order was quashed. Now the post of CEO is open actually, but nobody is challenging, so they are continuously posting secretaries as deputies, these CEOs. Then regarding the mental health MHRBs, again we had anticipated, and we tried to recruit our people who are prominent and who are active in our society, but many are not interested. We have to take charge, and we have to direct, and we have to guide. We should be everywhere, and we should overlook all these processes. Then only Mental Health Act will be implemented in the interest of the patient and the well-being of the whole society. So this part, I think IPS has to take up actively. Then only the conflict interest, the interdepartmental issues, all can be solved.
No, what you say about section 100, 103, which
We had already started the discussion on section 100. As per section 100, police has to take the person wandering mentally ill or homeless mentally ill to the nearest public health establishment. That means police can take, file an FIR and get the patient to the PHC. Then it's the duty of the doctor to transport them to the MHC. Fortunately, police in Kerala is not doing that. They are taking, because they have the vehicle. They have the vehicle. So they are taking, when they are taking the patient from the one treatment, they are taking MHC. So, secondly, the police is reluctant to file an FIR because this goes to national. So many missing persons in a police station is a headache for them. So, but we have to correct them. The police should and the senior officers should look in a different way. It's a different kind of missing. It's not missing actually. They got a person. Yeah. They found a person. That's not a missing. But it will go into a national barrier of missing persons. That's the problem. So regarding the another thing is there is no admission under section 100. It's not an admission section. When a person is brought under section 100 by the police, the medical officer in charge or the medical professional will admit me under appropriate section. Can be 86, can be 89, and recently charge also can be 90 also. It can be 87 if it's child. Then the problem is the treatment can be given only for $7. There is a provision in which doctor can appoint an NGO as an but should be registered NGO. They should request, and the responsibility of an NR is a very minor thing. They have to approve the treatment decisions. Other than emergency treatment, no treatment can be given to a person without informed consent. Either from the person, mentally person, or from an NR. So we must have an NR to have a treatment for persons brought under section 100. NR is a must. Otherwise, our treatment is out of the illegal. It can be questioned. Any complication, we will be in trouble. So even though the person in charge of the mental establishment can appoint an NR as an NGO, it's very difficult. We must get an NR from the MHRD. But they are not provided. This is the situation here. Okay. I think it will be the situation everywhere. And they have a provision to appoint director of social justice as an NR. They are not doing it. I met the Minister of Social Justice in person and requested that this is a responsibility of Social Justice Department. And she directed me to meet the director, the IAS officer. But that will be implemented because this is the law. Once the MHRD, as per law, appoint the director as the NR, then what happened in Karnataka will happen everywhere. Because it is written in the black and white. No doubt about it. Then the profession of the term NR is sometimes misleading. NR in our context means relative. Unless the person have an advanced directive. And NR, role of NR comes into picture only when there is no capacity. Section 86, a person requesting admission, there is no role of NR anywhere. When there is no capacity and the person is admitted under 89 or 90, or 87 child, then there must be an NR. So NR, if there is no written advance directive, related to the NR, no doubt. Any way. Or in case of the wandering mentally ill, the MHRB can appoint a suitable person. Not a suitable person can be the Super if the MHR thinks that is a suitable person. So, NR is a must. And MHR should provide NR. Regarding other section you asked, you didn't ask. 102. So there is no admission under section 100. 102 also there is no admission. No, 101 also there is no admission. 101 is a person wandering in the or dangerous to others or not taking care of himself. Any person can approach the SHO, station house officer in charge of the police station, and he has to report, take them to the magistrate, and magistrate can order. Magistrate can send that person to the MH. The person in charge of MH can assess and admit under any section. 102, 103 is the section under which magistrate passes an order. 102.1a, magistrate does not make any specific request like report. Just send the person, give appropriate treatment. That's all. Then the person in charge of MH can admit under 86 or 89. But if the magistrate asks the person in charge of MHE to give a report, then the person can be admitted under 101, subsection 1, item B, for 10 days only. So, in Mental Health Care Act, the only admission which can be made by the magistrate is only for 10 days and only for report. After that, the person can be admitted only under appropriate sections of MH. The whole power of admission is given to psychiatrists, not the judiciary. Whether the person is set under section 100 by the police or 102 by the magistrate, after 10 days of report, the treatment is as per decision of the treating psychiatrist. I think that's about 100, 101 and 102.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Jayaprakash.
Dr. Prashant has
yeah, we'll come to that. But quickly to highlight, it's actually police takes custody to care. It's not custody to imprison, number one. Second thing is, it's an FIR for missing to trace the family. Most of the time, the police doesn't understand that. And as Dr. Jayaprakash was mentioning, we need to lobby this from the central agency, the Home Department, that this should be separated from actual proceedings of the Home Department. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So, Dr. Prashant, how did your state handle resources in bringing MHC into action, and what were the challenges?
Listening to experiences from other states, I feel, one thing I recognized was Karnataka state has been troubled by judiciary for more than 10-12 years. Whatever Dr. Jayaprakash did, suo motu on his own and created, that has been going on for last 10-12 years. So, the whole bureaucracy is already sensitized. So, my immediate predecessor, Dr. Chandrasekhar, who was Secretary for Mental Health Authority for more than 20 years, is also there in the hall. He was the person in charge during those years. So, and recently we had this very highly active MHRB. The judge was so meticulous in going to each sections, and he again has been communicating with lot of bureaucrats and everybody, so that the whole state is, or at least South Karnataka is sensitized and aware as to what exactly MHRB can do, and bureaucrats also are aware as to what an any negligence of Mental Health Care Act can happen. As far as the resources are concerned, I was looking through the financial allocation. State authority has been given 1.4 crores to 65 lakhs every year. It has been allotted. majority part of the finance has been spent on the infrastructure. We have a state mental health authority with 8 staff, and 2 mental health review boards were established, and a lot of this was spent on maintaining that. And a part of that was also spent on IEC activities. So only for this particular year, from administrative reasons, the allocation was less. Other than that, the health commissioner is the CEO for State Mental Health Authority. So since he is the helm of the affairs, the health budget, a part of it is conveniently shifted off to Mental Health Authority and its activity. So finance and bureaucratic support has not been a problem as such. Human resources, we found that with this active High Court, which is continuously acting, asking Mental Health Authority as to what have you been doing according to various sections, and this MHRB, we found that the 8 number staff in the authority is also actually less. So we wanted to expand that. There, the bureaucrats are not really very happy to give more hands to the authority. This has been about the resources part. No, in Karnataka, it has been designed in such a way. I mean, government approved 5 MHRBs. The Act says MHRBs in each district, but government approved 5 initially. Out of that, the initial plan was to just to test the waters. Let's have one for North Karnataka, one for South Karnataka. So 2 MHRBs were established, which covers all the districts which come under that particular division. That is provided. That was a conflict. In fact, the Act says very clearly that the central government will pay the MHRB, all the members of MHRB and chairperson of MHRB. The MHRB chairman was very active, and he asked for salary, and we were not clear. In contravention to the Act, can authority pay the salary? We were ready to pay, but then his point was that central government has to pay. So then we had to communicate with the central government, and central government and Central Mental Authority gave it in writing that since you have selected that person and you are running that MHRB, we are not going to pay. So State Mental Health Authority has been paying the MHRB, whichever is existing now.
Malapan sir, you've been associated with the Tamil Nadu Mental Health Authority. Now, you've been in government service as well. One of the deficiencies that came up in the discussion was there is no rehab from the government sector. What are the other public sector developments that need to happen to fulfill the MHCA requirements?
The Mental Health Care Act 2017 is very advanced and very modern, taking care of the human rights of the mentally ill. But unfortunately, it does not match with the ground reality services available in the states of India. Unless the mental health services are improved, the Act cannot be implemented effectively. So, the Act says a person who is reasonably recovered should not be kept in a state mental hospital. In a high secured hospital, he should be in a least restrictive environment. The least restrictive environment will be a supported accommodation, where he will be visited once in a week or once in 15 days by a social worker or a psychologist. He should be living independently when there is no family to support him. So there should be supported accommodation. There should be halfway homes. There should be home for the mentally ill, least restrictive, with more liberty when compared to a mental hospital. There should be emergency care and recovery centers. Unless these public health rehabilitation homes, halfway homes, home for the mentally ill, supported accommodation are established by the government, state government, it will be very difficult to fulfill the provisions of the Act. The Act says you should be admitting him in a least restrictive environment. But where is the least restrictive environment? Government of Tamil Nadu since 2009 is funding home for the mentally ill. Now we have 52 homes for the mentally ill run by NGOs, funded by state government. The state government gives almost 22 lakhs per annum for each home, for each of the 50 homes.
and it is giving, there are 5 halfway homes run by NGOs, funded by government through the differently able departments. They are getting nearly 24 lakhs per annum. Halfway homes is getting 24 lakhs per annum, and home for the mentally ill is getting 21 lakhs per annum. We have nearly 56 homes so far. But all the homes are full. They have each home is having a capacity of 50, and all the homes are overflowing. And the quality of life in those homes are not better than a mental hospital, I would say. The quality of life of the mentally ill person, the rights of the mentally ill person in those homes, which are 50 each in many parts of Tamil Nadu, is almost similar to that of life in a biggest state mental hospital. So, unless the government spends more, unless the space is improved, unless the number of homes are improved, unless personnel appointed are improved, salary of those personnel are improved, training for those personnel are improved, unless services are improved, the act will remain only in the paper. So to be effective implementation of the act, the state governments as well as the union government has to spend more on mental health services, which is not happening today. So unless we have adequate number of homes which are reasonably with reasonable quality, the living space, food, recreation, vocational training, occupation, earning potential, liberty, if everything should be there, there must be more funding and more investment by the more annual recurring expenditure by the state government, which is not adequate today. So I will say, if the act has to be implemented effectively, the state governments has to spend more on mental health services. Even for a mental health authority and mental health review board, there is very, as previously told, the allotment is very minimal. That is for regulatory bodies. But for the services, the amount is very less. So it will remain in paper for many more years to come. The rights of the mentally ill person will not be fulfilled. However, the Supreme Court of India, the National Human Rights Commission is going to keep on asking questions. Unless the funds come, unless the services are provided, unless infrastructure is there, unless personnel is there, the quality of life and the rights of the person with mentally ill will not improve. We cannot outsource it to the community service organization. It is a responsibility of the state to provide for funding.
Sir, have you made the minimum standard for these rehabilitation centers?
Minimum standards. We have not yet gazetted the regulations. It is almost in the final stages. We are following the Central Mental Health Authority regulations, minimum standards. According to the High Court of Chennai, we have framed minimum standards for de-addiction centers and submitted to the High Court. It is in the process. It has to be approved. All minimum standards has not yet been gazetted in Tamil Nadu.
Rehabilitation centers?
Nothing. One more point. It is Central Mental Health Authority has to classify mental health establishment, which the Central Mental Health Authority has not done till today. Central Mental Health Authority has given only a minimum requirements for mental health establishments. It has not specified what is the minimum requirement for a state mental hospital, what is the minimum requirement for a rehabilitation home, what is the minimum requirement for a halfway home, what is the minimum requirement for a supported accommodation, what is the minimum requirement for de-addiction center, what is the minimum requirement for a home for the mentally ill. So these categorization of mental health establishments have not been done by the Central Mental Health Authority till today. It has to be done by, it can only be done by the Central Mental Health Authority. State Mental Health Authority cannot do it. Categorization. According to the Act, Section 64, I think, only the state Central Mental Health Authority can categorize. After categorization, State Mental Health Authority has to frame minimum requirements for each of the category. After the categorization by central authority, state authority has to devise, frame minimum requirements for the different categories. Since Central Mental Health Authority has not categorized, we are in a handicapped position to devise different minimum standards for different establishments. Because an acute care psychiatric hospital and a long stay home or a home rehabilitation home cannot have same minimum standards.
I think most of the government medical colleges and setup have acute wards. So, to all the state representatives, have you come across any penal clauses that have been actually happened in your states?
As a state mental health authority, we have given penalty 5,000 rupees to nearly 20 mental health establishments mostly run by non-doctors, run by NGOs, not even NGOs, by ex-dependent persons, ex-addicts who are running de-addiction centers, who are not fulfilling the minimum standards, who are not respecting the human rights of the person. Whenever there is a complaint, whenever there are gross deficiencies, we have imposed fine for 5,000 to 10,000 rupees for nearly 15 to 20 de-addiction centers, and we have closed down 3 centers. Most of the time for gross human rights violations, all run by non-doctors, non-medical people. So many non-medical people, many ex-addicts are running de-addiction centers and home for the mentally ill, where the quality of service is very poor, and they don't even bother about anything about the act. The family bring in the person, they admit them, they treat for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, they collect 10,000 or 15,000, 10,000 rupees per month. They are locked inside. No Section 89, no Section 90, nothing is happening. And sometimes death occurs there. At that time, the police goes there, put an FIR as a mysterious death, arrest the owner, the center is closed. We have closed 4 or 5 centers like the police have closed 4 or 5 centers like that. So this is what the ground reality is.
I would just take up there well taken point, sir. That is the reason why all this act is needed. In Kerala, what I've got to know from my colleagues is that after the MHRB came, the people who have been sending reports to MHRB are they have difficult situation. Like one department, they were asked to, for a patient, entire treatment records for the past 2-3 weeks, they have to take photostat and email. Like that kind of things have been happening. My question is, if this is happening, now we are having a shortage of mental health professionals in India, and we want more and more people to start private hospital, like Vishal is there. Now who will start? It is a lot of headache. So if in a private hospital, I would rather, not have a psychiatrist and take the headache, no? So shouldn't the MHRBs be more lenient?
So the more lenient, so far in our state, the MHRB has not disturbed any hospitals run by the psychiatrists or run by any doctors. Even run by NGOs, even run by non-doctors, they are not disturbing much. Only when there are gross human rights violations, death happens, or severe assault happens, the penal punishments are implemented. So that has to be done. We cannot we cannot kill a person when he is in delirium. So the de-addiction centers run by non-doctors, they admit acute withdrawal. They cannot recognize acute delirium. Morning 3 o'clock, the person will run here and there. There will be a quarrel, and sometimes they die in a quarrel. So death under mysterious, such things has to be penalized.
Sir, there is a problem with Section 87, child admission. Every admission should be, case sheet should be inspected by the MHRB. That's actually a mistake, I think. That should be corrected. Apart from the Section 89, Section 87 has a big problem. Child admission has become virtually impossible without this interference of the MHRB. That's what the situation he was mentioning. Actually, it was a child admission. So legally that is required. Every child admission case sheet should be examined by the record should be examined by the MHRB, every admission. As per the Section 87, subsection, I think, 13. That should be an item in under section 12, subsection 12. That was a mistake actually. There are so many mistakes, unintended mistakes, that should be corrected.
I think we are running short of time, and last 8 minutes we need to ask audience to clarify their questions. And there is a prize money for the best question. Because the MHCA, please. Mike, please. Please specify to whom you want to ask the question.
To Malayalam, sir. So, thank you very much, panelists, for the nice discussion we had so far. My question is about outpatients, okay? And outpatient in proxy, okay? Parents are coming and saying that my son or daughter is acutely ill, harboring so many delusions, hallucinations, but we are unable to bring them to the treatment facility. If you can provide some treatment and make him at least little amicable, then we will be in a position to bring the case to the mental health establishment. And sometimes even without bringing him to the establishment, we will continue to give treatment, and many patients have benefited by treatment in proxy also. So, how far it is justified as per MHCA? Can we issue any prescription, or prescription cannot be issued? I understand, but how far MHCA protects the psychiatrist in doing such an act? Thanks.
MHCA will not protect proxy prescriptions. We cannot treat a person without examining the person, without getting his informed consent, or if he is dangerous, then without following section 89. So the act can, in the future, the act can bring in community commitment order. That is, in treatment as an outpatient without his consent. It is available in many countries. So such an advancement has to come in the mental health care act. Community commitment order the provision should be there in the act to treat a person without his wish, against his wish, if he is severely mentally ill, and some provision should be there. So that amendment also we have to ask the government of India.
Yeah. Please be brief with your questions. I think Madam had raised her hand first, then we'll come, sir. She had raised the hand. Please tell your name and then specify to whom you want to ask the question.
Hello. Am I audible? I'm Dr. Dinu. I'm Assistant Professor in Psychiatry at Government Medical College at Nagla. Actually, my questions are related to sections 101, 102, and 100. See, when in 100, they have mentioned that when the person is wandering, and where should the patient be wandering? That is my question. The street means what? Because I am asking this question in the context that recently we had a patient, and the patient was in the premises, in the medical college premises, and we took the patient, since the patient was wandering there, and we informed the police. But the police is telling, since the patient is now in the medical college, in the hospital, they cannot take the patient. So that is one thing. Then the other is, so you mentioned about section 100 where we cannot admit patients under 100, is it? Is it like that? So Jayaprakash, we cannot admit patient under 100. Is it like that?
Section 100 is not an admission section. It's for the transportation, take into care and transport. Admission under 86, 87, 89 or 90. And for 10 days under 102, section 102 by the magistrate for a assessment. There is no other admission.
Okay, but we can admit under section 102?
No, we can admit under 86, 89, usually 86 or 89, child 87.
So what about the initial 10 days where the assessment is going on?
When the magistrate is send a patient with an order for assessment, only assessment, 10 days, you can give treatment also, emergency treatment also. And after 10 days, the person should be treated as per any other section.
So what about that 10 days? That's what my
10 days, that is admission under 102 section B, 1B. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Umashankar, sir. Here. Dr. Umashankar, then Dr. Sagar, then Raja.
A little bit clarification rather than a question, sir. Regarding the patient who is left in the hospital, there is abandoned patient after recovery. What we used to do is, as a previous superintendent of the hospital, as a CEO of State Mental Health Authority of Telangana State, with the help of the state or district mental legal cell authority, we used to take the help of those people, and we used to hand over the patient to the NGOs, those run by the help of the this disabled welfare department. So most of the legal problems may be solved because of we are informed the state legal cell authority, and so this is a problem we are facing. So automatically those will be helping the these district legal cell disability welfare. So those running the NGOs, because there is in the most of the state there doesn't have any these rehabilitation centers. That was one of the things, sir. CEO of the state, most probably with my experience, should from the secretariat only. If it is IAS office, is preferable, because these funds, although things may be easily they'll get it. But suppose CEO as a CEO, with my experience, CEO may be from the secretariat, basically from the IAS officer, any junior or whatever it may be, IAS officer, because we will get some funds. Otherwise, if we go many times, if we request also, they don't give any funds. In Telangana, so far, they not given even a single pie for the running of the SMHA. That is a problem I face, sir.
Thank you.
One more, sir, regarding this patient wandering in the hospital, sir. With my experience, because RMO is the custodian in the hospital, so whatever the things going in the hospital, he can complain to the police station, because of this is my premises, somebody is making nuisance, you have to take care. That way we have to give the complaints. Thank you.
I think we are running short of time because the next session has to start. 10 minutes we have overshooted. We started late, but we have overshooted.
So one question, I don't need an answer. Just, are we critically evaluating this rather than looking it as a whole? Because every time we hear a lecture or a symposium, we get more terrified whenever I am going to see my next patient. So are we critically evaluating, seeing between the lines, reading everything in the lines rather than seeing it as a whole?
Law has to be critically evaluated. Thank you. Now the Lady of Justice has opened her eyes, so we need to be very careful. So the best question, Dr. Harul Prakash. Okay. Dr. Harul Prakash. Dr. Harul Prakash. Yeah. I take the opportunity to thank all the panelists, Dr. Rajshekhar, Dr. Malayappan, Dr. Vishal, Dr. Jayashekharan, Jay Prakashan, Dr. Prashant, and my co-chair, Dr. Sibin. Thank you one and all.
Can we please have a huge round of applause? Thank you so much, esteemed panelists and chairpersons, for this informative session on this very important topic. We have always found it very difficult to navigate the legal frameworks, and I am sure this session will be of huge help to all of us. So moving forward to the next session, we'll now delve into an insightful lecture on ketamine's role in psychiatry, the overarching importance of oral administration of ketamine, the possibilities, promises, and practice. This session will be presented by Dr. Chittaranjan Andrade, with distinguished session chairs Dr. Y.C. Janardhan Reddy, Professor of Psychiatry at NIMHANS, Bangalore, and Dr. Fanikant Kondapatti, in-charge Professor of Psychiatry at IMH Hyderabad, Osmania Medical College. Let us extend a warm round of applause as they take the stage. Welcome, sir. I'll request our session chairs to kindly introduce the speaker. Handing it over to you, sir.
So, this session on ketamine psychiatry, and I am told Chitu is going to specifically talk on the oral ketamine use in treating various psychiatric disorders. Chitu for all of us, for Chitran and Andrade for many people. I am research methodology, psychopharmacology and statistics all over the country. I think he is very, very well known and he recently superannuated from UMass. I will hand over to Chitu for the talk. I don't want to come in between his talk and all of you. And Chitu, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me? Is your mic on? Somebody please do something about the mic. Hello? Is the mic on? I think you can hear me at the back now. Yes? Thank you very much. Can we have the slides on, please? Yeah, something needs to be done there. Slide changer. Okay, slide changer. Right, I think it's okay. Okay, I have a short presentation. It's about 20 minutes long. It's going to be an oral ketamine and India-centric story. It's going to be a little bit of a social and political presentation because I'm not going to talk to you about how to use oral ketamine. I think all of you already know how to administer ketamine by different routes, and perhaps many of you are already administering ketamine to patients, and perhaps some of you are already administering oral ketamine to your patients, so you don't need more teaching on that subject. But if you have questions, I would be happy to answer that after my presentation is over. Rather, my presentation is going to be on where we are now and where we need to go on this subject. We have very great opportunities here in India, and that is what I'm going to talk about, the India-centric story. Now, statutory warning, this is what I've started saying in all my presentations. What is in my head comes out of my mouth, goes into your ears and goes into your head, and what you remember afterwards may be completely different from what was originally in my head. Chinese whispers. Right? So just keep that in mind. Many things that I say are highly nuanced and they should be interpreted hopefully correctly. The full title of my presentation is actually The Overarching Importance of Oral Administration in Ketamine. Not intravenous, not intramuscular, not intranasal, oral administration. The overarching importance of oral administration of ketamine in psychiatry, the possibilities, promises and practice specifically for India. Now, for those of you who will not remember everything that I say, there are 4 sources which are available. One is a publication in Bipolar Disorders 2 years ago. The second is my article in JAMA last year. The third is an editorial in ACTA last year. And the last is one that's going to be coming out in CNS Disorders shortly. Now, what is at stake? Oral ketamine is already available and affordable. Already available in the sense that we have ketamine here in India, although it comes as ketamine for injection. It's very affordable. One session of oral ketamine in a government setting where the patient is not charged will actually cost something like 40 rupees to a patient. That's half a US dollar. Whereas In countries like US, Canada, etc., patients are being charged $500 per session. Here in India itself, for intravenous ketamine, many practitioners are charging several thousand rupees per session. You just need 40 rupees, 35 or 40 rupees worth of ketamine to conduct a ketamine session with oral ketamine across the table, no investigations, minimal precautions, no monitoring, nothing. So, it is already available and affordable. What we need to do is to make it acceptable and accessible. What do you mean by acceptable? How many of you are already administering ketamine to your patients? Please raise your hands. I see a large number of hands. How many of you are afraid of ketamine? Please raise your hands. I see a few hands over here. So, I think you have come for this presentation because you are already interested in ketamine. So, there are very few hands being raised for afraid of ketamine. But if you go out in the periphery and talk to psychiatrists as a community, or if you go to hospitals and talk to your colleagues or to administrators, all of them are afraid of ketamine. They do not regard ketamine as an antidepressant drug. They regard it as anesthesia, which is actually not happening when we administer oral ketamine. Or they interpret ketamine as a heroic treatment. It is not a heroic treatment. Okay, so it needs to become acceptable. People need to shrug off the fear of ketamine. People need to shrug off the stigma associated with ketamine. Like many of your colleagues will consider ketamine to be a drug rape drug, a drug with potential, with addiction potential. It does not have addiction potential. Ethics committees will go all hoo-ha when you talk about administering ketamine, especially when you talk about using intravenous ketamine to be administered as oral ketamine. The pharmacologist in the committee will start sitting as though he has ants in his pants. Administrators become very tense. The medical superintendent will become very tense if you talk to him about administering ketamine to your patient, especially oral ketamine to the patient. So, oral ketamine needs to become more acceptable. We need to do something about this. This is the road ahead. Ketamine is not anesthesia when we give it the way we give it to treat depression. Anesthesia means the person is brain dead during that period. The EEG is almost like a flat line. Does not happen with oral ketamine. At the most, the patient may doze off for a short while, but definitely the patient is not anesthetized. So that's the meaning of acceptable. Accessible is sourcing of the drug. It's very easy for us, for example, like NIMHANS or for many of you who are working in hospitals, to source ketamine from your pharmacies. But if you are working in private practice or in a hospital where there is no surgical procedure being done, for you to get ketamine is very difficult. There is a way. Pharmacies can stock ketamine, but they don't because they have to get a license for a Schedule X drug. They have to renew that license periodically. They have to maintain records for 2 years. It's a big bother for them when it only costs, say, 60 rupees for 5 ml. Where is their margin of profit on a drug that is out of patent and which is under price control? There's no margin of profit. So why would they keep ketamine? Why would they go to the bother? So we need to make it accessible. So what's at stake? Oral ketamine is important, not intravenous ketamine, intramuscular, subcutaneous or other routes of administration because it's non-invasive. You don't have to poke the patient. It's very easy to learn. You can literally learn how to administer oral ketamine in 15 minutes. It's very easy to practice. You can practice it in your OPD across the table when your patient is suicidal, talking about killing himself and sitting there in front of you. You don't want to send that patient home. And it costs released, as I told you, 30 or 40 rupees for a session of oral ketamine. No monitoring is required. The patient does not have to be admitted into a minor OT. The patient does not need to have IV lines and other leads attached to the body, ECG being monitored and so on. It's as simple as that. So implications for India is, this is very practical. training students is very easy. You think of how much more difficult it is to train students in the use of ECT, or how much more difficult it is to train students in psychotherapy. But we're training them in psychotherapy when this comes with a better guarantee card. We're training students in ECT when the vast majority of them will never practice ECT because they do not have the access to anesthesia, ECT machine, ECT room and the associated facilities, waiting hall, ECT room, post-ECT room and so on. You see, we are training students in all these when we should be training students in the administration of oral ketamine. Why India? India is special because in India, I told you ketamine is already available as ketamine for injection, and we can use that ketamine for injection to be administered orally. We do not need tablets. Oral ketamine as tablets is not available anywhere in the world, although studies are going on. There's a team in Australia and New Zealand that's working on ketamine tablets as well as on extended release ketamine tablets for use, but this has not yet reached the market. Randomized controlled trials have been done in the UK also on oral ketamine given to patients, take it home, take it at home and so on. So these tablets have not reached the market. They cannot use liquid for injection, which probably costs very little there also, because it's out of patent and available in generic form, because they, according to their laws, they are not allowed to do something called compounding. If you take a drug that's meant to be given by injection and give it orally, that's called compounding, right? And that's something big, that's something that you're not licensed to do. But what's the big deal in syringing 3 ml out of a vial and syringing it into a glass of water? You don't need a degree in pharmacy to do this. But in Western countries, they do need to have a degree in pharmacy to take it out of a vial and put it into a glass of water. Only a pharmacist can do that. A doctor is not allowed to do that. We in India don't have these problems. Right? So ketamine in India, ketamine for injection can be used, no need for tablets, which means that oral ketamine can be practiced where IV and ECT can't. If you are working in a private clinic, you don't have an ECT suite. You can't give IV ketamine because you don't have a room equipped for the patient to lie, be monitored by nurses, have ECG monitoring going on and so on. But if you are administering oral ketamine, you don't need all that stuff. So oral ketamine can be practiced in a primary healthcare setting, for example, in a private practitioner's clinic, for example. Somebody in ethics committees, pharmacologists argue, this is an intravenous preparation. How can you give it orally? Now, we have to sit quiet because in an ethics committee, the members of the ethics committee are like judges and jury for you. They can scuttle your study. You have to be polite. But I would like to ask them, what's your problem? If something is safe to be given intravenously, it is sterile. When we eat food, that food is not sterile. We eat street food containing all kinds of garbage, all kinds of bacteria, viruses, and so on. Right? So why is anybody objecting to using something sterile from an from a vial which has been prepared for intravenous injection? If you're concerned about absorption, because IV ketamine bioavailability is 100%, and if you give it orally, it has to be first absorbed into the intestinal lining, which means CYP3A4 in the intestinal lining will metabolize a lot of the ketamine, and then it has to go through the liver, through the portal vein, where some more of the ketamine will be metabolized. So you will get more ketamine, more non-ketamine and less ketamine, a little bit of difference, but that's not a big deal. We do it with all drugs. Right? We don't give risperidone intravenously or olanzapine intravenously. We don't give lurasidone intravenously. There are many drugs with poor bioavailability. Ramelteon has a bioavailability of 2 or 3%. The same for melatonin. But we're giving it orally. Propranolol, being used for 50 years, has a bioavailability of around 20 or 30%. Lurazidone has a bioavailability of 9 to 19%. We're giving all of these orally. We're not worried about bioavailability because we just titrate to efficacy and adverse effects. So, if oral ketamine has poor bioavailability, that's not a big deal. Ethics committees don't have to get into a bother because of that. So, oral ketamine, so if a formulation is safe for intravenous use, it is safe for oral use because the food that we eat, the water that we drink is not sterile. And bioavailability can be compensated for through up-titration of the dose for efficacy and adverse effects. There are plenty of studies already which tell us what the appropriate oral dose is. It is between 150 and 200 milligrams for the vast majority of patients, sipped across something like 15 minutes. There, you already know how to administer oral ketamine. Now, the availability of ketamine for injection is a limitation that other countries face. They can't source ketamine easily because it's a controlled substance there also. They don't have oral formulations marketed. So they can only give it intravenously, intramuscularly or subcutaneously in ketamine clinics which charge an arm and a leg. They have to depend on pharmacists to compound ketamine if it has to be given sublingually or buccally or intramucosally. Or they have to use intranasal S-ketamine, which also costs an arm and a leg, commercially marketed. So their opportunities to research oral ketamine are very limited. Advantage India. Advantage India for research on oral ketamine, we can do stuff over here. Good randomized controlled trials that would be published in JAMA, ACTA, BJP, that standard of journal. Advantage India for practice, ketamine can actually reach the periphery. It can reach primary healthcare centers where patients who are severely ill, suicidally ill, don't have to be referred. They can be treated there itself. So the community can benefit here in India if oral ketamine is practiced. But if intravenous ketamine is practiced, it's not easy to do in a primary healthcare center. So there are already data from India, the studies with which I have been associated, an uncontrolled trial of oral ketamine for suicidal depression published last year, Asian Journal. Oral versus intravenous ketamine for major depressive disorder, randomized controlled trial, published in Asian Journal last year. Ketamine versus midazolam for suicidal depression, the study has been completed. We are in the process of analyzing the data and preparing for publication. Cardiovascular changes associated with oral ketamine, it's in preparation. The study has been completed, data already with me, making analysis. A study on the pharmacokinetics of oral ketamine. Some data are already available, more data are being collected. There are many case reports already of the use of oral ketamine as maintenance therapy. I have several patients who have not responded to anything, not even responded to ECT. One patient has been on oral ketamine for about 6 years now. Another patient has been on oral ketamine maintenance therapy for the last, I think, 2 years now. Both patients have been reported. The interval between sessions of maintenance therapy, something like anywhere from 1 week to 2 months, right? So it's not like every 2 or 3 days the patient needs ketamine. 1 week to 2 week interval, or maybe 3 to 4 week interval, sometimes beyond 1 month interval. So there is no tolerance to the beneficial effect of ketamine, there is no abuse, there is no dose escalation, there is no craving for ketamine, even during maintenance therapy. I had one patient on maintenance therapy with ketamine for 11 years. This is the 12th year, but that is intranasal. He was my first patient, and at that time I hadn't thought of oral ketamine. We started him on intranasal ketamine, and because it uses less ketamine, he's continuing on intranasal ketamine. We've got data on using ketamine for complex PTSD with chronic suicidality. We've used and reported oral ketamine for a severely depressed patient who had an exam coming up. Severely depressed, not able to study, took ketamine, was able to study, went for the exam, did okay, went back into depression, continued on another session of ketamine, another exam, MBBS examination. The patient was a doctor. Actually, both the patients were doctors. we've had 2 patients with this, right? So they actually completed and they passed their MBBS exam with the help of ketamine. Without the ketamine, the depression wouldn't have allowed them to study, wouldn't have allowed them to even appear for the exam. I had one patient who got married thanks to oral ketamine. We have even used ketamine for treating negative symptoms in schizophrenia. You might be shocked, but yes, you can use ketamine to treat schizophrenia without the psychotic symptoms of schizophrenia worsening. So I think this may be my last, okay, there are only, slides are almost over. Reminder indication for ketamine is major depressive disorder, possibly bipolar depression. My experience of ketamine in bipolar patients has been disappointing. Many bipolar patients do not respond to ketamine, or if they respond, the response is short-lasting. Understudy use of ketamine for post-traumatic stress disorder, alcohol use disorder. We are using it on some patients, revolving door patients in Center for Addiction Medicine here at NIMHANS. We're using oral ketamine for these patients. Again, there's no abuse of ketamine, there's no craving for ketamine, and their alcohol use revolving door is actually diminishing. There are other potential indications, but I have found it to not work in anxiety and OCD. The context in which we would want to give oral ketamine are in an acutely suicidal patient. You don't want to lose the patient. To treat refractory depression, it's ECT sparing. Ketamine does not produce anterograde and retrograde amnesia. Patient does not have to be admitted for oral ketamine. Amelioration of suffering. There are patients with intense suffering, negative thoughts preoccupying their minds from morning till night. They are in torture because of the depression. Oral ketamine produces dramatic recovery. You start the antidepressants in the meantime, and maybe in a month and a half, by the time the antidepressant takes effect, you can stop the ketamine. Facilitating work-life activities. A person is working, the person has to take leave, the person loses the job because of the long leave, but while the antidepressant is started and takes time for onset of action, ketamine can help the patient continue working. Facilitating upcoming events. I told you about using oral ketamine for a patient, for 2 patients who had exams, 1 patient who was going to get married, 1 patient who was a concert pianist and had a concert coming up. And he was depressed and he knew that he wouldn't be able to handle the concert. But ketamine got him out of it and he was able to perform in the concert. And oral ketamine can also be a bridge to ECT or a bridge to MAOI. You prescribe ECT to a patient, the patient doesn't go the same day or the next day. The patient goes after 3 or 4 days. Anesthesia workup, blood workup, radiological workup, and so on. Oral ketamine can be a bridge. Monoamine oxidase inhibitors, you're tapering the SSRI, SNRI, and you have to wait for some time for it to be washed out. You know, what do you do during those weeks of taper and washing out? Oral ketamine can be a bridge during that period. What we need and what we can do here in India are publication-worthy clinical trials that will convince our colleagues, not only in psychiatry but in other branches of medicine, convince our administrators and convince the drug control authorities and so on that they shouldn't get fidgety when we talk about ketamine. We need to create ketamine units in teaching hospitals and in other hospitals, train undergraduate and postgraduate students in the use of ketamine, and train community-based psychiatrists in the use of ketamine. So this is an offer. If any of you require, I'm willing to provide guidance for research and practice, and I think I've completed in 20 minutes, Dr. Janardhan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jiddu, for making a very persuasive case for oral ketamine in treating psychiatric disorders. Before we go on to take questions, my only observation would be your last slide. We require better data to make a very persuasive argument that oral ketamine is a good enough treatment for psychiatric disorders. I think I see this purely as a opportunity and also personal experience of senior psychopharmacologist, but like he believes in evidence-based medicine, I believe in evidence-based medicine. We require better, large randomized controlled trials of various aspects that is talked about. And from here onwards, I think we can take discussion forward.
Please introduce yourself before asking questions. As informed by organizers, there is a prize for a best question in each session. Yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
Hello, I'm Dr. Meha, Senior Resident in KMC Manipal. So there have been some studies which shows that more dissociation leads to better improvement. So should I be aiming for dissociation? If yes, then what can I do for that?
Okay, that's a nice question. And if you're thinking about a prize, I'm going to say nice question to everybody.
Also tell us later which is the best question, so that we will not remember everything.
Pardon?
You can tell us later which is the best question.
Okay. No, it is a very good question. And personally, initially when I started using ketamine, I did think it was important for dissociation to occur. I would actually ask a patient to drink the ketamine in a shorter period rather than a longer period, so that the patient did experience a small degree of dissociation. I would tell the patient who experienced dissociation, I'm very happy that you are experiencing this. Enjoy the experience. This is not an experience that you will normally have. Explore your mind while this experience is going on. And I would also tell them, if you have this experience, it tells me that the ketamine is actually working for you. So, the problem was some patients did not have a pleasant trip. Some patients had intense anxiety. I've had patients who have cried during a ketamine session, some for a prolonged period. So I started being more conservative, and particularly in the initial sessions, I would ask them to sip the ketamine across a longer period than a shorter period, aiming merely for the patient to have a little bit of dizziness, a little bit of giddiness, a little bit of unsteadiness if they stood up, but no dissociative symptoms, like no double vision or no euphoria. And with successive ketamine sessions, these adverse effects became less because tolerance developed to the adverse effects, and they were able to sip and complete the ketamine in shorter and shorter periods, and patients in maintenance therapy can just gulp it down without having any adverse experience. So that's part of the answer. The dissociation is actually not necessary. To add a little more to that, the dissociation is not necessary is evident, A, because when patients are in maintenance therapy, they don't experience it at all, but the antidepressant effect continues. B, when tablets are given, particularly extended release tablets, there is no dissociation at all, and the patients actually do experience the antidepressant effect, as evidenced from a paper published in Nature Medicine, a randomized controlled trial published in Nature Medicine about a month ago. Extended release oral ketamine administered as tablets on a daily basis to patients were superior to placebo in this study published in Nature Medicine. So there are many reasons to demonstrate that this dissociation does not need to occur for the antidepressant effect to be manifest. One more reason, this is one more reason for you to be able to convince your administrators, ethics committee and so on, there is no trip. We are going to administer it in a way that there is no trip. One last point over here, in Sion Hospital in Bombay, they are administering lower doses than I do. I give 150 to 200 mg, they are giving 100 mg, and they give it across 40 minutes, whereas I give it across 15 minutes. So there is absolutely no trip at all. The patient just sits over there, sips over there, and then afterwards just walks home. It's like that. So the dissociation is not required.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Dr. George Reddy, sir. Sir, a scenario like an acute suicidal patient, sir, he has come all alone, and I want to administer this oral ketamine, sir. Any medical legal issues have to look into, sir, and documentation?
Okay. So, usually, I insist that a patient has an attender along with him, only because supposing when the patient recovers completely, leaves my office, goes home, gets knocked down by a bus when crossing the road, somebody says he has gone taken ketamine, and then there's a big article in the newspaper about ketamine having caused the accident. But I can cross the road without having taken ketamine and still be knocked down by a bus, right?
In other words, should he take an informed consent, written informed consent?
No, I think the medical legal issue over here is you have a suicidal patient, you want to give him ketamine, but he's come along and you're afraid.
What are the precautions? Like any
So,
concern type to take, or how do
so what I do is I make sure that the patient comes with an attender. There have been very few sessions where I've given ketamine to a patient with no attender present, but I have done it. And I always make sure that the patient is absolutely clear in the mind that he has woken up from the session. He's absolutely steady. He can walk forwards and backwards with the eyes shut. And if he can do that, then he's safe to cross the road. And it's between him and the bus driver, and ketamine doesn't come into the picture. Right? About informed consent, we don't take informed consent about giving clozapine to patients, nor about giving medications to women during pregnancy and so on. I don't see a problem. We're not taking consent. I don't see a problem with giving ketamine and requiring consent for it. We have to get over the stigma.
Sir, I'm Sagar from Kerala. Thanks for this enlightening session. My question is there any chance for dependence to this?
None at all. Tolerance develops to the adverse effects. Tolerance does not develop to the therapeutic effects. Patients don't come demanding for ketamine. They don't show narrowing intervals between ketamine sessions. In fact, they try to widen the maintenance therapy interval, right? Rather than narrowing the maintenance therapy interval. There is no craving for ketamine, so there is no abuse and dependence potential.
Thank you, sir.
Many patients simply stop ketamine when the antidepressants take effect.
My question is actually related to Dr. Sagar's question, like the dependence potential of ketamine, because the patient is getting dissociative episodes and some have a good trip with ketamine, and the tolerance, you told that the tolerance, patient develop tolerance immediately to the side effects. So gradually, the patient is developing tolerance for the drug. So why not it's not potential, it is not causing any dependence?
So, see, benzodiazepines produce a physiological dependence. Ketamine does not produce a physiological dependence. Many drugs produce psychological dependence. Ketamine does not produce psychological dependence. If you ask me why, actually I do not have an answer. All I can say is that from my practical experience, over 2013 was my first patient. 11 years, not a single patient has wanted ketamine. All of them try to get off ketamine, try to find an antidepressant drug that works for them. None of them crave for ketamine. I do not need to raise the dose of ketamine. It's the same dose from 13 years to now, or from 5 or 6 years to now. There is no dose escalation. So actually the euphoria disappears. There might be some euphoria or some trip in the initial 2 or 3 sessions. Afterwards it disappears. I tell you another thing. For some, there are definitely some symptoms associated with the ketamine session that are unpleasant, like the dizziness, the giddiness, the unsteadiness. Some patients have a little bit of anxiety. Some patients have nausea or they feel like vomiting. So it's not a very pleasant experience, which is why perhaps there is no craving or no. Anyway, dose escalation does not occur, craving does not occur, so no issues with dependence.
Thank you. How many more questions can we take?
We have time. We have time.
I think you can.
Good morning, sir. I'm Vaishni, a postgraduate from IMH Chennai.
Something I found interesting about your presentation is the use of ketamine for depression and negative symptoms in a psychosis patient. But in our institute, we are actually advised not to use ketamine for psychotic patients because they may worsen positive symptoms of psychosis. So I wanted to hear your experience about that, sir.
Okay, my experience is limited to 2 patients, both of whom came with the for me to answer this in detail will take too much of time, but let me put it like this. They came with a clinical picture of depression, right? They did not offer symptoms of psychosis. And I treated them with ketamine, the depression improved, but when I was repeating the ketamine and I asked them, one patient just casually, right, how are you feeling, are you experiencing anything different, anything abnormal? It's a routine question during a ketamine session. The patient told me, no, nothing, it's just that the voices are more clear now. So I told him, what voices? Turned out that he had been experiencing auditory hallucinations for the past 2 years, and it didn't occur to him to report these voices because he thought, I mean, they're there all the time. Probably everybody is also hearing these kind of voices, nothing special. He was preoccupied with his depression. He was not able to study. He was a college student. His mother was afraid he was suicidal. All that went away with the ketamine, but the schizophrenia didn't become worse. We have other instances of ketamine specifically being used to treat negative symptoms in schizophrenia. Dr. Meha, are you still here? I think in KMC, some patients have been treated with ketamine for negative symptoms and have actually been doing well. Are you aware of those patients? Yeah? Okay. So some of your colleagues have done that. There are cases. There are also 2 published studies on the use of ketamine specifically for negative symptoms in schizophrenia, and there was no worsening of psychosis in these patients. I don't have the references offhand, but I have written about these in Synergy Times. If you get Synergy Times, you can look up the back issues and you'll find them. Or if you send me an email, I'll send you those 2 articles. Published articles, pool sample size of something between 30 and 50 patients, use of ketamine, especially to treat negative symptoms in schizophrenia, some degree of success.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, one question, sir. One question. Here, sir.
Okay.
I'm Dr. Rajiv. I'm learning hypnotic psychotherapy. Clients who don't have the suggestibility test on home, I can't use hypnosis. Can I try it with ketamine?
Okay, so this is like the ABRI action or the pentothal interview when the patient is semi-sleepy and you're doing psychotherapy. Yes, there have been studies on ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. Many studies on ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, more for alcohol use disorder and for post-traumatic stress disorder than for depression. However, you will be able to do it only if you're giving ketamine intravenously, because you'll be titrating the intravenous infusion to a point where the person is in a semi-state of sleepiness, and when the person is experiencing mild dissociation, so the patient's threshold to talk is decreased, the patient's threshold for suggestiveness is decreased. It's easier for you to talk to the patient. It's almost as though it is chemically induced hypnosis. So yes, you can do that. But remember, if you're doing multiple sessions, this dissociation will progressively decrease, and you will no longer be able to do it. Probably be able to do it for a few sessions intravenously, not orally.
Hello, sir. Dr. Uha from Bangalore. My question is a little speculative. I just wanted to ask you, do you think there's a likelihood of development of ketamine pills or nasal sprays to improve accessibility? Is there a likelihood of that becoming a clinical reality rather than in the research arena?
So pills means some pharma company must be interested. And for the pharma company to be interested is very difficult, if only because ketamine is out of patent and under price control. Right? Where will the profit come from? Plus, if one company does it, then all the other companies will follow and the profits will be divided. But intranasal, yes. For my first patient, intranasal S-ketamine approved in the US in 2019. I was giving it in 2013. How did I do it? You can buy these canisters from the internet. The canisters deliver 0.1 ml per spray. Right? 0.1 ml contains 5 mg of ketamine with a concentration of 50 mg per ml. Right? So all you have to do is unscrew the bottle, pour the liquid into it, tighten it, spray. One spray, 0.1 ml, and that's 5 mg. You can titrate depending on what the patient requires. I was giving it per body weight, and the patient himself learned how to give a little extra, which is now similar to the dose that Janssen is giving with the S-ketamine. So the advantage of giving it intranasally is that you use much less ketamine than if you give it orally. Another advantage of giving it intranasally is that there is the bioavailability is not only increased, but the ratio of ketamine to non-ketamine is higher. With oral, it is non-ketamine more than ketamine. With intranasal, it's ketamine more than non-ketamine because there's no metabolism in the nose. The disadvantage is that the patient has to sit up while this is being done and spray, which means that some of it runs down. Another disadvantage is if the patient lies down so that it doesn't run down his upper lip and sprays, then the bottle turns upside down, the liquid comes down, but the tube which sprays is up, so you can't spray. So there are some inconveniences associated with intranasal. You need that dispenser. Whereas if you're doing it across the table in your OPD, you don't need anything, you just need a glass of water.
Thank you, sir.
The dispenser is not expensive. In those days, it used to cost 500 rupees a dispenser. I still have a few with me. Now I'm sure it will be cheaper.
Are the results comparative to what we get in the infusion?
Yes.
Good to know. Thank you, sir.
I'm Dr. Tanvi and I'm from Gujarat. So my question is related to chronic depression or a resistant case of depression when in my experience, like 5 years of experience, but I have seen that when patients started on some SSRI, they took medications, there is some poor compliance and then they come again and we need to start or we need to increase the dose again and again. So what are the opportunities of oral ketamine for those patients, like the future of ketamine for treating the depression? For chronic depression.
What you're asking for chronic depression and treatment refractory depression?
Yes.
This is one of the standard contexts in which oral ketamine is used. It was there on one of my slides. Right? Treating refractory depression and treating chronic depression. Yes, definitely, you can use ketamine for that.
So the question is related to this, that is it something because like we used to hear about this resistant in case of antibiotics. So what about, like, is it something related to this resistance of SSRI, SNRI or even a TCA or MOI, and what if...
Okay, I think I get your point. Is it effective only in refractory patients?
Yeah.
No, it's effective even in patients who are not refractory.
Yes. So what if we will start taking ketamine? Will it be like ketamine resistant depression?
Okay. So till now, I have not seen that happen.
Okay.
Ketamine, if patients do not respond to ketamine, right from the beginning, they're not responding.
Okay.
See, ketamine does not come with a guarantee card. Nothing in life comes with a guarantee card. If at all, ECT comes with the best guarantee card among all the treatments that we have for major depressive disorder. But ketamine is pretty good. It's nearly there. In general, I would say about half to 2/3 of patients respond to ketamine. The others do not. But once they respond, in my experience, they are always a responder. Which actually is an idea I have had for some time. can we offer every patient oral ketamine to see whether they are responders, if only because we know in future the patient can now use this as a cheat. Supposing the patient has an episode of depression, requires emergency recovery, then the patient remembers, I received ketamine 3 years ago, it worked for me, can go now, take ketamine and it works. But if the patient remembers it didn't work, then 3 years later it probably wouldn't work again. So I think it's rate dependent rather than state dependent.
Okay. So that is another question. That can we start ketamine on even on the first session, like if patient is not suicidal and even if
Yeah. So I have done it in a few contexts. For example, to facilitate work-life activities in people who lose their job if they take leave because of depression, and to facilitate upcoming events. These patients are not refractory.
So, sir,
and to alleviate suffering in patients.
Will there be any ethical issues and kind of things regarding this particular patients, those who have mild depression or moderate depression without suicidal ideation, and if we start them on oral ketamine, like very first session?
So I'm not advocating ketamine for everybody. Right? It's not like by 1947 everybody should be on oral ketamine. I'm not advocating that at all. Right? I'm just speaking vociferously that the stigma regarding ketamine and oral ketamine should go away. Our administrators, our ethics committees, our medical colleagues, our own psychiatric colleagues should be more open to use of ketamine and oral ketamine. Students should be taught, PG should be taught, and we should recognize that ketamine is not a heroic treatment. Ketamine is a treatment which we can use like clozapine. We don't use clozapine in everybody. We don't give everybody ECT. Right? We can use ketamine more often. Right now, ketamine is hardly used when there is so much of suffering associated with depression, the risk of suicide. It's hardly used. And when oral ketamine is so easy to use, it should be used, and that is the message. So you think of my slide, what was in my head, what came out of my mouth, etc. I hope that what I am saying now in a summary will be what you will remember.
Yes,
So whenever is ketamine is indicated, oral ketamine is a possibility.
Yes,
Fine.
yes, but it's not meant to be given like masala dosas.
One more question. Yeah. Last question. Yeah.
Yes, so that's similar to a question that was asked in the context of hypnosis. And so I will not answer this again in the interest of time because the answer is the same. Maybe in an initial 1 or 2 sessions or 3 sessions of intravenous ketamine it can be done. But with oral ketamine it may be a little more difficult.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir, you said about alcohol use disorders. Can other substance use disorders also be treated with this? Have you seen anything in practice?
We have not used with other substances. There are many randomized controlled trials, including in journals like American Journal of Psychiatry, of ketamine-associated psychotherapy used for alcohol use disorders. But we are using ketamine without psychotherapy. Just see, we have methadone and buprenorphine and other agents which we are using for opioid disorders. We have substitute like dronabinol for cannabis use disorders and so on. But we don't have anything of that nature for alcohol use disorders. So we thought, can we try giving patients oral ketamine to see whether this stabilizes them in some way to reduce their craving for alcohol. And we found that it actually worked. Giving oral ketamine once a week to once in 2 weeks reduced their use of alcohol, reduced their risk of relapsing into drinking. But we have only a very small body of evidence for this. We are collecting the information. It may take us another 6 months. There's an ICMR study which has been approved now in CAM on this idea.
Thank you, sir.
Never. You remember that first patient that I was talking. Actually, maybe I should not say never. I can explain to you why. You remember that first patient I was talking to you about 2013 intranasal ketamine and so on? He had bipolar depression that hadn't responded to anything. He had been to all the psychiatrists in Bangalore. He had received ECT on 2 occasions, 2 courses of ECT. Nothing worked. Ketamine worked. Ketamine never switched him into mania, any time. Now, the possible reason is that he was also on high doses of valproate and clozapine. So that may have prevented the switch. By the way, there are many randomized controlled trials of ketamine, open and controlled trials of ketamine in bipolar depression that have been published. There is a switch rate, and this switch rate is probably the same as the switch rate in the general population of bipolar patients, or maybe marginally higher. We are doing a meta-analysis of the data, and it's not yet complete. When it's complete, we will probably have the answer to tell you. Right? But the patient does not switch into mania as a guarantee the way the patient recovers with a high degree of likelihood.
We are running short of time. One last question.
Sir.
I think let us finish. No problem. Yes, of course. There's no metabolic drug interactions, you don't have to worry.
One last question.
Sir, I'm Dr. Meera from Kerala. We have just started using ketamine on an IV basis recently. So, sir, if the while we are giving the administration of ketamine, some patients have complained of severe nausea and vomiting. At that point of time, are we supposed to stop the IV administration?
So what you can do is give organ sectron before the session. That would help.
We used to, sir. Okay. But still, like if we once start the administration, we are supposed to complete it at a stretch, right?
You can stop the session anytime you want.
Does that affect its result?
Yes, because if you are not giving the full dose, chances of the patient benefiting are less, isn't it?
No, if we restart it after a point of time, still it will be affected.
So the thing is that I don't give IV ketamine anymore. I've given very few sessions of IV ketamine. Once I found out the convenience of intranasal, oral and so on, I stopped giving IV. When you give it orally, the absorption is very slow, and maybe 1 in 100 to 1 in 200 patients sessions, you will have some nausea. Vomiting is even less frequent. Right? When you give it IV, the risk is much higher because your blood levels are higher with IV. Right? So stop giving it IV, easier to give it orally.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now for the best question.
Yeah, I also want, Jitu, you want to comment on best question?
Which one?
Best question?
We have a prize, sir.
But
it's difficult because there were a lot of good questions.
Fine, then I will have to ask, choose one, we will choose.
You want me to choose?
No. Since you're a ketamine expert, I thought you can.
Okay, so I thought that the question on dissociation
Yes,
was
we also think so. Yeah, there's a consensus now. So question on dissociation is the best. That may, yeah.
Can we please have a round of applause?
Pardon?
100% agreement between 3 of us.
If I were to choose a second one, it would be the question on dependence.
Yeah, but we have, I think, only one prize, unfortunately.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, our esteemed speaker and our chairs. It's always a delight and an honor to listen to you, and hopefully after this we'll all be more confident in using ketamine in our daily practice. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
It was an engaging session. Nobody was willing to leave the hall. Thank you, sir, for the valuable insights. And now I think we are free of fear to venture into the ketamine. Thank you.
Yeah, but also one final warning. That doesn't mean you have to go today and start giving ketamine to everyone. We have said you listen to my talk carefully and then see the nuances in it. Yeah.
And also rightly pointed by the Janardhan Reddy sir, we need large data of the randomized control trials. Yeah. Thank you. I thank the organizers for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, I think we are all very hungry, so we can proceed for lunch. Meet you all here at 3 p.m. Thank you. We have to be here before that. I request everyone to please kindly be seated. We'll be soon starting our session. Kindly be seated, everyone. We'll be starting. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we are back after the lunch break. Hope you all like the lunch. So we are reconvening for a lecture on geriatric psychopharmacology, a critical topic in the care of our aging population. This talk will be delivered by Dr. P.T. Shivkumar. Our chairs for this session are Dr. Paneer Selvan, Senior Consultant Psychiatrist at Sneka Mindcare Hospital, Tirunelveli, and Dr. Matthew Varghese, Consultant Psychiatrist at St. John's Medical College and former Senior Professor of Psychiatry at NIMHANS, Bangalore. Please give them a warm welcome as they join us. I'll request our chairs to kindly introduce our speaker, handing it over to you, sir.
Hello, is it audible?
Hi, it's audible. Hello, good afternoon to everybody. So we have a topic on geriatric psychopharmacology. So all know that the geriatric populations keep increasing in India. In 1961, the geriatric population is 5.1% of overall population. In 2023, if you look at that, the geriatric population is 10.4. It almost doubled for the past 70 years. So all the psychiatrists should know about the geriatric problem patients, people developing the mental issues, as well as the drugs which are using for the geriatric populations. As the age increases, there is a lot of physiological changes occurs in the body. For example, like the patient have a delayed gastric motility, they have a slow gastric absorption, increased pH, and decreased phosphoral metabolism, decreased a lot of things are occurring in the body, which in turn affect the pharmacodynamics and pharmacokinetics drugs which you are prescribing for the elderly populations. So Dr. Sivakumar, P.T. Sivakumar will tell about more about the update of the geriatric psychopharmacology and what the practitioners should concentrate or look into when prescribing the drug for the elderly people. There is Dr. Sivakumar, need no introduction because the drug is... Sivakumar is a well-known person in the geriatric psychiatry. Dr. Sivakumar is a professor of psychiatry and head of the geriatric psychiatry unit in NIMHANS. And he has contributed to the development of the first specialty training center course in geriatric psychiatry through 1-year fellowship programs. And they promoted the geriatric mental health care training in Southeast Asia through the training program for psychiatrists and mental health professionals in Nepal, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. He has committed for the implementation of the Karnataka State Dementia Action Plan. And he is currently the vice president of the Alzheimer's Dementia Related Society of India, Bangalore chapter, and also the secretary of the Indian Association of Geriatric Mental Health. with this small introduction, I will give it to my co-chair, Dr. Matthew, sir. Yeah, over to you, Dr.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Respected chairpersons and warm welcome to everyone. Good afternoon. At the outset, I'd like to thank the organizers, the scientific committee for inviting me for this presentation. So, given already the importance of elderly population has been introduced by the chairperson, and the topic is broad, I took some liberty to focus on something which is more, it's difficult to cover everything, so more in terms of principles and the topic, which is the key messages what we would like to convey here. I would like to cover a bit about depression and dementia. So, already we talked about the population growth of elderly population. This is a global phenomena, and India is not exception. It is quite rapidly happening. So, what is the implication of that? We are going to have increasing prevalence of people with mental health conditions, primarily because of population aging and increasing lifespan. And when it comes to mental health conditions in older adults, there is also a large number of people who may not have syndromal mental health conditions, but nevertheless they may be started on psychotropic drugs, not necessarily by psychiatrists, by general physicians, and then you may, or primary care physicians, there may be people who may be on medications, and that may also be an important issue to notice. And mental health conditions generally are not benign conditions. Many of them contribute to significant burden. If you take an example of depression, there can be a person who is kind of bedridden or who has a lot of weight loss, who undergoes a lot of investigations, extensive investigation for malignancy, and they wait for starting depression, referral to psychiatrist, or starting treatment for depression. So that could be as severe impact, and also the mortality related to suicide and impact on the other medical conditions, the outcome of other medical conditions like stroke, ischemic heart disease. With all these kind of significance, still the big challenge is almost 80 to 90% of the people who needs medications or who needs treatment do not get treatment. So almost majority of them don't seek help, and sometimes it is even when physicians observe some things, there is a bias with respect to ageism. It is okay for somebody to be sad, it is okay for somebody to be dull and not functioning. So we still are on situation where persons who need medication don't get started. And there are lots of myths and misbeliefs about psychotropic medications, both for patients, caregivers, as well as physicians. Not only that, stigma is another important factor in that. So many times the psychiatrist in the next door will not get referral, and the family may not seek help, and they have a concern that this drugs can harm and this drugs can promote addiction. So various kind of misbeliefs is there. So as I said, ageism, neglect, elder abuse, all those things. Somebody who is very restless and disturbed, a simple medication can help them to reduce the distress, as well as for both the patients and caregivers. But many times they may use physical restraint, coercion, and even abuse, physical abuse. So given this need for treatment, so what are the challenges when we talk of geriatric mental health conditions? The main important challenge is medical comorbidity. All our patients with elderly will have minimum 1 or 2 chronic medical illnesses, and an average 4 or 5 medications. So polypharmacy is a norm where we have to manage the drug interactions, where we have to manage the side effect burden, which may not be a simple one drug causing one side effect. It is an additive burden, and sometimes it may be difficult to predict because of the interactions. And so tolerability becomes the important challenge for us to manage. And sometimes we see patients who are being excessively sedated, very severe EPS, and then somebody is added on Parkinson's drug. So the sensitivity and awareness of managing the side effect burden and balancing it with the treatment of the target symptoms is something very, very important. Sometimes people undertreat, or sometimes people overtreat, unmindful of how this impacts the quality of life of the patient and the outcome. So there is also the challenge because of cognitive impairment, and this is very important in the context of elderly staying alone. You may prescribe some medication, they may, without supervision, they may overdose, they may take more medications, or they may miss medications. That is also a problem. And there are very often we also see not only the patient having problem, the caregiver, who is the primary person who is managing, usually the spouse having problems with cognitive impairment, who is giving the medications and who is giving the history. So everything is affected by that in our choosing the medications and then giving the medications. And sensory impairment, where the communication doesn't happen properly with the patient as well as the caregiver, and lots of psychosocial issues which complicates even the delivery of the medications. The patient may be going from one house to another house, different sons. Somebody will be taking care and somebody will come. So the history to get and piece together what medication the person is taking itself becomes a challenging thing. So in effect, all these things requires a multidisciplinary team or a time-consuming or time-intensive kind of a consultation. So geriatric consultations, if it is done in a rush, it can lead to problem. So we need to understand half of this, the challenge is about comorbidities and iatrogenic effects. It requires time and nothing else other than that can kind of give a good quality care. Now, this is a data from the longitudinal aging study of India, which says the self-reported medical comorbidity itself is very high. I won't go into details. You name any conditions, whether hypertension, diabetes, bone and joint disorders, almost these are self-reported. If it is something like where you measure the biomarkers, measure the investigations and monitor, the prevalence is going to be even more higher. Now, the common indications why people will be on the indications for using psychotropic drugs ranges from depression, anxiety, dementia, delirium, psychosis, bipolar disorder, substance dependence. The one, insomnia and chronic pain, headaches, these are something like which multiple other specialists, neurologists, physicians will be dealing with it predominantly before coming to psychiatrists. But it would be very difficult to cover everything and all. So I will touch a bit about depression and dementia because they are the main disorders what we deal with in day in and day out. So when it comes to depression, the prevalence is, the data is primarily from the longitudinal aging study and the National Mental Health Survey, which has been using a standardized say rating scale as well as the diagnostic interview. What does it show? Almost 1/3 of them have depressive symptoms and around 7 to 8% have significant major depressive disorder. So which is a huge number in terms of our Indian population. But what are the important clinical issues with respect to using antidepressants in elderly? So even though this is such important public health problem and it's also a major condition, there are still lots of critique and concerns on the limitations of efficacy of antidepressants for older adults. And there are people who question whether antidepressants have effectiveness or efficacy, evidence for efficacy in older adults. It is okay in younger people, but is it the same evidence is replicable? And how does it compare in terms of efficacy between older and younger adults? That is another question which needs to be answered. And there are challenges because most of the evidence from the phase 3 trials will have a very strict inclusion criteria. People may not have participants will not have significant medical comorbidities. But in the real life scenarios, many of them will have more severe medical comorbidities. So the important issue is about how to choose antidepressant drug when you have the first, as a first choice drug, what do you choose? And very often today, because a lot of people start antidepressant drugs, and particularly in tertiary care centers like medical colleges and centers like us, people are already on 1 or 2 drugs before they come to us, or a combination of drugs. But if still there may be people who may seek psychiatrists for the first time, so one has to choose the drug, what is the first drug. And there has to be a sequential approach how we manage the non-response, because there is almost 50% don't respond to the first trial. And with each sequential trial, only around 18 to 20% actually gets better. So there is a need to have a algorithm and a logical approach how we manage this. And the most important challenge is also monitoring the adverse effects. And when it comes to geriatric depression, psychotic depression is another important thing what we need to keep in mind. Most of the people in at least the major centers where they come for inpatients, psychotic depression will be the primary issue. So this is a recent review which is interestingly written by a psychologist who has questioned, is the antidepressant effective for depression in the elderly? And what they try to say is the evidence is very minimal and it is controversial, and it is something like where the guidelines, like for example NICE guidelines, which says somebody with a mild moderate depression, antidepressants as well as psychological intervention can be offered as a choice. And for moderate severe depression, again antidepressants can be started as a default. So and along with that combination psychological intervention can be given. So there are people who argue that it should not be the case. The evidence is not very clear, so one has to go with the psychological intervention and then start medication. This is a critique. I think over the last 20 years there are multiple such articles have come, and this debate is still not going on. I think the best evidence what we have with respect to the efficacy of antidepressants in young adults is the Lancet review, which talked about, which is based on a network meta-analysis, which ranked, which showed that almost all the antidepressants are superior to placebo in people with 18 to 65 years. But the same group had done another review, a systematic review and pairwise and network meta-analysis, which actually looked at the trials of older adults. And there is also one more, the same group has come up with a group analysis, single group analysis as to if we take antidepressants, any antidepressants and placebo, is it superior? So it's a simple question to answer. And so what does it show? This particular study showed that there are indications that there is evidence for antidepressants. But what we need to also note is, compared to the younger people where there are 522 trials with more than 1 lakh participants, elderly population trials are only 53. It's around 10% of the population of currently, but if you look at European population or American population, the proportion is more than 20%. So the number of trials is not really representative of what is required. And the findings again has less confidence because of the limitations in the trials, primarily because many of them do not include people with significant medical comorbidities. But nevertheless, there are evidence for some of the treatment, like the network meta-analysis showed, surprisingly for quetiapine, it had effectiveness, quetiapine for depression, and duloxetine. And other drugs like agomelatine, imipramine, and vortioxetine showed outperformed placebo. But given this, there is an emphasis that the results are not robust. There is a need for more drug trials, specifically for elderly population. And this is something like we need to choose medications primarily based on side effect profile rather than having clear evidence of superiority of one or other drug over the other, in terms of comparisons. Another review which had actually looked at antidepressants as a group compared to placebo showed almost 50% improve compared to placebo. The placebo response rate is around 30%. So there is a gap of 20%. But whenever two antidepressants are compared head to head, the response rate is more. Whenever the comparison is between antidepressant to placebo, the response rate is lesser. This is because when we have a placebo, there are people who drop out prematurely before the trial gets completed, and the expectation is that they may be on placebo. So that is, even though it's a double blind, that may be one of the reasons. But what is important is the usual predictors, what we say, whether it's a mean age, study duration, percentage of women, severity of illness, baseline severity primarily, and dose of antidepressants, or the older studies and newer studies, or the class of drugs. These are all evaluated as a moderators of outcome. And the evidence, current evidence, does not give a clear picture which of these things actually gives a clear evidence for us to choose the drug. So the limitations of evidence is something which we need to acknowledge. But how do we approach? We generally confirm the diagnosis, assess the severity, and suicide risk is something which we assess, look at the comorbidity and review of past medications, understand the stressors and investigation, basic investigation we do. The pharmacotherapy in terms of choices, SSRIs, SNRI, and metazapine, these are the ones which have a first line of evidence. And then the psychological intervention, ECT, is there for more severe depressions and psychotic depressions. A combination of antidepressant and psychotherapy is what is recommended. But one of the recent articles actually highlighted about the algorithm. First two trials, one can use SSRI or SNRI. Usually SSRI is preferred as a first choice, and then SNRI. Then if that doesn't work, then we can go for bupropion, mirtazapine, vilazodone or vortioxetine. These are something which have positive evidence. And then if within these 2 or 3 second levels, if it is not working, then the next best evidence is for augmentation with aripiprazole or quetiapine. If somebody is having more of a retarded kind of depression, and even in terms of evidence, I think aripiprazole has a better evidence than quetiapine. If somebody has a lot of sleep disturbance and other things, quetiapine can be considered. But evidence-wise, aripiprazole has a better evidence. So then comes the tricyclics, nortriptyline or other tricyclic antidepressants, lithium augmentations. Then comes the neurostimulation and ECT. One has to consider the other options like brain stimulation if the tolerability factor is very significant and even earlier in the course, or if it is severe, one has to consider. So some of the important tips in terms of managing depression. The challenge of response primarily happens because of suboptimal dosing of antidepressants. Many times, some of them are very apprehensive about adverse effects, or genuinely people don't tolerate, so we don't reach the therapeutic dose. So one has to start low as well as go slow, but we have to go all the way to therapeutic dose and then look at the response. So there is a need to reach the therapeutic dose, not necessarily the maximum dose. Therapeutic dose is something which is given for all the drugs. For example, like escitalopram, it is 10 milligrams, sertraline is around 100 to 150 milligrams. So one need to know the therapeutic dose and try that. And how long we have to wait? Ultimately, the optimal, there may be slightly longer duration for elderly depression compared to the younger persons. 4 to 6 weeks, some studies says up to 8 weeks. Because the steady state, and then because by the time you reach the effective dose, one needs to wait a little longer. Preferably, sertraline, escitalopram are considered as the first line of choice in most of the guidelines. The reason is primarily because of tolerability and drug interactions. Escitalopram and sertraline has the least amount of drug interactions, and if a lot of medications are there, escitalopram is a preferable choice, and sertraline is more cardiac safe. So one can consider these two are the primary drugs. Then if there is a past response comorbidity, specifically for a comorbidity conditions, you can choose medications according to that. For example, and also in terms of side effect profile, if somebody has a lot of constipation, then one definitely should not choose mirtazapine as a drug of choice. So we need to balance between the side effects and then choose. So then I said the second choice is about switching to SNRI, mirtazapine, bupropion, and vortioxetine. Vortioxetine is something, again, a cognitive safe antidepressant it's being promoted. There is some evidence to say that it's also having a kind of positive RCTs with respect to elderly population. And in terms of other augmentation, there is a recent randomized control trial which looked at augmentation with aripiprazole, which came out as a positive in JAMA Psychiatry. It's published. So that is something. When we try aripiprazole as augmentation, one has to try at a lower dose, 1 milligram or 2 milligram. So it's always important to also use a measurement-based approach, which is important to kind of identify people who are not responding. Sometimes people who are even not improving or not functioning, if they're sleeping throughout the day, families don't complain, some of them. So one has to be very, very vigilant in terms of using a proper measurement, preferably by rating scale, at least in major centers, to identify who is not responding and then initiate the change stepwise as described in the algorithm. And the duration of maintenance, at least 1 year should be the maintenance after the remission, and longer maintenance even for recurrent episodes or severe depression. So again, when we use medications, we also need to avoid certain medications like anticholinergics and antihistaminic effects. So many times we see people choosing paroxetine as the first line drug for elderly depression, which is one of the most anticholinergic potential in terms of SSRIs. So one should avoid using paroxetine as a first line drug in elderly population. And adjuvant use of benzodiazepines, preferably within few weeks, one should reduce and then stop. But in selected patients where there is a very challenging thing to discontinue, one can continue with precautions and monitoring. So the antidepressants in elderly, one of the other than GI side effects, hyponatremia is another thing which is commonly now seen. People who have SSRIs or SNRIs, low sodium, we need to monitor. Usually within few weeks or a maximum up to first month you need to monitor. Then we need to do. Now, in terms of psychotic depression, if there is a recent randomized control trial. There are a series of trials which is primarily from the Stop BD study, which has the evidence for a combination therapy of SSRI and olanzapine. Here primarily sertraline and olanzapine. So there is a good evidence in terms of using sertraline and olanzapine, which probably applies to other antipsychotics also. In this particular trial, olanzapine was used, but maybe in our choice, because of the metabolic considerations, one usually starts aripiprazole or other antipsychotics which are more metabolically safe. Now, I will also, in terms of, say, Stop PD, the major findings is that definitely the combination treatment was superior to the monotherapy with antipsychotics as well as monotherapy with SSRIs. So this is something which I'll move on to the next thing. So in terms of moving on to the next major condition, dementia, again the prevalence is estimated from the Lassie-DAT study, which indicates there are 88 lakh estimated in 2016. And currently it is projected that by 2036 it will be 1.68 crore, and many of them, more than 80-90% of them, will have neuropsychiatric comorbidity or behavioral and psychological symptoms like agitation, aggression, and say psychosis, which requires medications with psychotropic drugs if behavioral management is not feasible or it is not effective. And many of them may also seek treatment primarily for behavioral symptoms, and sometimes they may be diagnosed as psychiatric disorders like depression or psychosis and then initiated treatment. So there is a issue of how safe are these antipsychotic drugs for neuropsychiatric symptoms. There are lots of controversies with respect to the black box warning, where there is increased incidence of stroke and mortality, and then the black box warning was issued in 2005, and most of the antipsychotic use are off-label, and this is something which has been a concern. But of late, there is a recent one antipsychotic which has been approved for, say, BPSD. I'll come shortly to that. And there is also a lot of news about new drugs for dementia, which again, as psychiatrists, we should look at what are the promise of these drugs. So these are some things like immunomodulation and the monoclonal antibodies, which have been approved by FDA, which has not come to our market, but still this is something which we need to look forward. So briefly, I will outline the approach to the management in terms of dementia. I think most of you may know that for many years, we have not got any new drugs. So the standard drugs are cholinesterase inhibitors and the memantine, which is NMDA receptor blockers. There is a lot of kind of even misbeliefs or myths within the professionals sometimes that there is no need to treat persons with dementia. Anyway, they are not going to improve. They are not going to have recovery, so why should we put them on medication? But what we need to see is that there are evidence which says that even up to 1 year or more than that, long-term follow-up studies are there, which says that the outcome is better when compared to using medications and without medication. They are not wonder drugs. It doesn't improve the functioning very significantly. There may be individual patients who does well, but very often when somebody is on medications, we also have an opportunity to engage the family, identify comorbidities, identify behavioral problems, and then with a holistic intervention, one can actually improve the quality of life. So when it comes to antipsychotics, there are data published from our center, as well as I think one of the Indian consortium of psychiatrists. Majority of them are on quetiapine, aripiprazole, and risperidone. I think this is something, if you look at the evidence, quetiapine doesn't have that much of evidence compared to risperidone, but very often quetiapine is used primarily because of safety. Because many times in low doses, it functions as a sedative drug, and it brings down some level of agitation and behavioral problems. So it is often very safe when the problems are little milder. One can start with quetiapine, and then if required, then go to the next level of medications. So the recent drugs, what have come up is something like which has been approved in 2023 is lecanemab. I'll talk about that. But otherwise, the standard drugs are available for a long time, and the doses, again, the correct way of starting the medications. Many times we also need to know that these drugs are not for all dementias. For example, in frontotemporal dementia, if it is not appropriate for us to use donepezil or any of these cholinesterase inhibitors, they can worsen the behavioral problems. So one should see in both Alzheimer's dementia and mixed dementia, where Alzheimer's and vascular are there, one can use it. But pure, frontotemporal dementia, which very often presents to psychiatrists, one should not use this as a routine. And in terms of memantine, again, memantine has evidence for both Alzheimer's and mixed dementia. Not much of evidence for frontotemporal dementia, even though off-label we use sometimes. But otherwise, in the moderate and severe stages, one can give it as a combination. The important criticism about these drugs is that one cannot perceive the improvement. Very often family members will come and say they gave for 1 month or 2 months, then they stop the treatment. So one has to educate that it is impossible for the family to perceive the individual level improvement with these medications. Because it's a progressive illness, you cannot determine whether the person is improving or not. You need to say that, if you say that, then the family actually are more informed to continue this drug. Unless the person is having a very severe adverse effect, there is a benefit possibly to continue this in the long term. And there is some evidence for citalopram in agitation, CITAD trial that came up, but one of the concerns was about the QTC prolongation. The study had used high dose. Now there are studies going on with escitalopram, but the recent addition is about brexpiprazole, which again has been FDA approved. Probably it will come to our market also soon. And methylphenidate has been, there are randomized control trials which have been shown positive for apathy. Again, we have not used it very commonly, but this is one drug which can be used if apathy is something which is primarily a target symptom as a behavioral symptom. And so in terms of disease modifying drugs, there are so many drugs have been tried, but ultimately the challenge is that many drugs failed. The recent developments in terms of amyloid imaging, where the biomarkers are available, and then in the CSF biomarkers are available, the inclusion criteria for these drug trials have been based on the biological diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease. This has led to studies which have shown clearance of amyloid in the brain, and the first one was supposed to be the aducanumab. Aducanumab was positive, but again, it was given as a conditional approval, and now it is from this month, aducanumab will be out of market. So only before even it kind of came to other markets, aducanumab has been withdrawn. So what is available currently in US is lecanemab. Lecanemab is something like which had a better response in terms of clearance of a brain amyloid. But the important thing to notice, it's once in 2 weeks there is an infusion for 18 months. So what happens after that is not something which is cleared. And the modest symptomatic improvement is there, the cost is very high. The biggest concern with this medication is that it requires monitoring for what is called as amyloid-related imaging abnormalities. It can be a hemorrhage or it can be edema. And so these are something which requires repeated MRI scans, and then it requires the risk for, and these drugs are effective primarily in MCA and mild AD, wherein the risk for mortality is there because of hemorrhage, brain hemorrhage. So that's why even in countries where it is approved, the uptake is not very high. And so we will have to wait for it. The new addition is the pimavanserin, which again is something which is recently launched in India. This is something which can be used in Parkinson's disease psychosis. I have not had a practical experience of using it. Brexpiprazole we are awaiting. And pimavanserin is a promising drug. It was having a conditional approval earlier, but now the safety data is much better. So it can be used as a first-line drug in Parkinson's with psychosis. Quetiapine is another alternative, but without much evidence. Clozapine is the gold standard, but again, there's a lot of challenge in using clozapine. So to conclude, say what we have highlighted is the pharmacological management in elderly is primarily about managing the balance between the whatever the challenges related to pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic effects, and the huge high sensitivity for neuroleptics and for adverse effects in general. That is something a major concern. The evidence, efficacy, there is a limitation. But again, we need to have an algorithmic approach. I've given the example in depression, but again, in every disorder, there are guidelines where one has to follow. I need to have a personalized approach and with close monitoring for side effects. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Shivkumar. You want to sit here or you want to come through? So, please ask questions. There is one prize for the best question. But I will ask a couple of questions before, and I won't get a prize. But can you spend a couple of minutes talking about, just a minute talking about de-prescribing in geriatric psychopharmacology? Because that's one of the important things. And there are studies from your own center itself on cholinergic burden, and if you refer to the Beers criteria.
I mentioned it in passing, but I think there are now, in fact, we had a talk on de-prescribing the geriatric conference, the Geron conference. So, because many times the iatrogenic effects actually present as a problem. Just sometimes you may wonder that a person can present like catatonia on supratherapeutic doses of medications. We have had patients who have been knocked down like anything, and then the only thing what you have to do is cut down the medications. And this is something can happen from psychiatrists. It is not something like which is only by physicians or somebody who is not trained in psychiatry. So this is something like we have to be aware that there can be irrational prescriptions and polypharmacies and supratherapeutic doses which can actually knock down a person and almost make like catatonic. So even if you don't go to the extreme, I think cutting down on anticholinergics, cutting down on benzodiazepines, combination treatments without a proper basis. When one drug doesn't work, if tolerability is a question, one always has to consider changing the drug rather than adding one more, one after another. So that is something, de-prescription is a very, very important role for geriatric psychiatry management.
Questions, please.
So thank you, sir. I'm from, my name is Dr. Dinesh. I'm from Calicut, and I'm working in Malabar Medical College, which is one of the selected centers for this de-prescribing studies. There are 4 centers in India. So we are doing this de-prescribing studies. 65-year-old people are selected.
You're talking about the ICMR study?
Huh? Yes, ICMR, yeah.
Okay.
So, and 4 departments are involved. My question is, what is the role of melatonin in high doses in dementia and elderly?
Yeah, I think very often people use melatonin particularly in the DLBD or when there is a REM, say REM sleep behavioral disturbances or sleep cycle alterations. If you look at the evidence, this only for DLBD there is some level of evidence, but in general as a drug to promote insomnia, to address insomnia, it doesn't have that much of evidence. So maybe when it is very, very mild, you might start addressing with the behavioral management of insomnia, and during that time you can actually use this as a first line of drug. But high doses, I have not come across any studies which.
Please restrict yourself to one question. Please restrict yourself to one
Maybe
question.
I have not used, and I have not, usually we use in 3 and 6 milligram. Recently there is somebody who was marketing, but I have not actually used it, and I don't have a personal experience, or I have not come across major studies which have recommended that in any of the guidelines.
Simple answer.
Yeah.
It is not indicated in anything other than sleep-wake cycle disorders. So things like, flying across continents, or in a normal person where there is a sleep-wake cycle alteration, it can be used. Others, it's not indicated, not useful. DLB is a definite indication. REM behavior disorder with synucleinopathies is a definite indication with clonazepam. Yes. That is the only indication for melatonin.
Yeah. Before starting
use
with
it
clonazepam,
otherwise.
you can start with melatonin, and then you can look at other options.
Other questions, please?
Yeah.
We're going to be quick because we're running out of time.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Aishwarya from Tanjavur, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, is there a definite cutoff for the dose of quetiapine beyond which we should be worried about the prolongation of QTC interval?
Yeah, see, it is not necessarily a dose-related problem. One has to monitor for QTC prolongation when we use quetiapine. There is some effect in a higher dose, definitely, but it is not very clearly only dose-related. It can happen even in lower doses. Generally, when it becomes higher doses, more than 300 milligrams, the anticholinergic and the antihistaminic effects becomes more. That is much more problematic. The side effect burden becomes more. So in geriatric population, particularly for dementia, one should use up to maybe 100, 150 maximum. We don't use that often in 200 or 300 also.
Only one question, please. Pass the mic on. Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Simran. I'm working in Australia, Queensland Health, and I'm ex-alumni of NIMHANS. So my question is about if a person is having dementia and he has not made any advance directive and he's not filling for the treatment, then how can we approach such patient?
Yeah, in terms of pharmacological treatment, we follow the Mental Health Care Act here. If somebody is having a risk for self or risk for others, most of the times persons with dementia also will form under that category where they are not able to care for themselves. So involuntary treatment is possible. But there is a controversy about prescribing without, say, what do you say, mixing in food and serendipity giving. Those kind of things are, again, it is not legally approved. But given when there is an acute indication, one can use involuntary, whatever the guidelines that is followed for involuntary treatments, this is possible.
Okay. And
any
role of...
One question.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Only one price is there.
Yes, only one price is there.
Nanda Kishore from Coimbatore. Is there any difference in response and treatment for a first episode depression in elderly versus recurrent depressive disorder?
Yes. So in terms of, say, efficacy, there were trials which said that, there were some reviews which said that, say, the recurrent episodes have a better response, and then it was not a very conclusive evidence. So if you look at the latest review, actually latest review in 2023, which looked at a meta-analysis, group meta-analysis, there is no difference. There is no difference in terms of number of episodes as well as duration. But in terms of clinical practice, these are not something like a hardcore evidence where people who have chronic illnesses have problem. More than the number of episodes, it's a chronic illness which has poor outcome.
One last question. You still have a chance to get a prize.
I'm Dr. Siva Ilango. I'm from Chennai. Majority of the time when patients with dementia comes to our clinic, they already be under the care of a neurologist or with a physician, where they have been prescribed with few medications, including the brain stimulants like stroxycytidine and pyracetam, also cerebroprotein hydrolysate, L-carnosine, ginkgo biloba, and there are so on. So when they come to us, when you planning to de-prescribe, what is your suggestion or advice would be?
Yeah, I think whenever we deal with other people in the team, multidisciplinary team, or if you work with colleagues, you need to be careful because sometimes if you are a standalone practice, you can decide and you can convince the patients. If you are working as a team, you need to talk and then you need to share with the doctor as well as the patient and then see how you can cut down. But these are the drugs which are primarily useful in vascular dementias, post-stroke, in the short period of time. It is not. It is in the initial period of 3 to 6 months. They are not really having evidence in the long term. So one has to. It adds to the pill burden. So it is preferable to kind of discontinue it over a period of time, one by one. And none of the guidelines actually strongly recommend these nutraceuticals or any other supplements as a standalone treatment for cognitive disorders.
The hard truth is there is no evidence. Knock them all out. Absolutely useless and very expensive. Knock them all out. Okay, that's end of
I'm a bit more diplomatic.
Yeah, don't be diplomatic. Okay, that's the end of it. So it's
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah. So who's
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for a comprehensive presentation. But I think
geriatric psychopharmacology is a very tough part. Older people don't get better. They don't respond so well to treatment. They're not like the young people. So, as Shivkumar said, don't be scared. Go slow, go up, but go to the full dose. Many times I find people fighting shy and stopping at a subtherapeutic dose. Don't do that. Even with ECTs, I always say geriatric psychotic depression responds to many more ECTs than just 6 ECTs. So please don't be shy. Go the whole hog. Go slow. Take care of side effects, but treat them with full doses. That's the final word.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sirs, for this informative session and discussion. Can we please have a huge round of applause for them? Without any further delay, we'll move on. Moving on to the next session, we now have an engaging symposium titled How to Make a Presentation. As we all know, we need these skills every now and then. We are privileged to have Dr. T.P. Sudhakar present this session with Dr. T. Siva Ilango, Professor and Head of the Department of Psychiatry at Karpaga Vinayaga Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center as the Chair. Let's extend a warm welcome to them as they take the stage. I'll request our chair to kindly introduce the speaker. Handing it over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, your name is? Can I have your number?
Very good evening to all of you. It's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Sudhakar for this session, Psychiatry in the Digital Era, Advances to Addictions. How to make a presentation, a good presentation, basically. So that's the topic. And the speaker, T.P. Sudhakar, he completed his UG from SVMC Medical College in 1979, PG from AIMS, New Delhi, 1983. He was formerly the faculty in Sri Venkateswara Medical College and in Tirupati. He is a member of IPS, IAPP, Indian Association of Biological Psychiatry, and Geriatric Mental Health and Indian Medical Association. He was the international member of APA and the CME chair, Indian Psychiatric Society in the year 2016 to 17. He was the president, Indian Psychiatric Society South Zone in the year 2017 to 18. He was the principal investigator for the WHO collaborated multi-center ECA study on mental disorders in 2003 to 2007. And he has about 50 global trials with new drugs, more than 20 publications and chapters in books. He was a PG examiner since 1999 and has guided more than 30 dissertations. He is going to speak to us about how to make a good presentation. I think this is a very important topic, being all the trainees becoming teachers, and at some point in time, they need to be trained to present to an audience, where in the current era, where we have plenty of conferences going on, and you need to develop the teaching skills to grab the audience, to keep them engaged, and pass on whatever the beliefs or the learnings from the speaker or the from the teacher to the learner. So it's a great skill for one to acquire, and we are here to learn from our expert speaker, Dr. T.P. Sudhakar, on this topic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody, especially to the chairperson for his kind introduction. I'm not very sure whether I'm the most apt person to talk about this, because most of the people present in the audience, they know how to make a better presentation than me. I belong to a yester generation where we were not equipped with many things to do a good presentation. And I myself started learning about a good presentation only once I became very well versed with the computers and the other new technological advances that has come up. So I'm not very sure whether I'll be an authority, but I will definitely talk about certain other things, which is not about exactly preparing the good slides and all that. So what exactly is the concept of presentation? When you really want to transfer the knowledge with good communication skills, it is a presentation. And this presentation basically should be conveyed without any much clutter, with clarity. So it should be sharp, it should be very clear, and as far as possible, it should be concrete, so that whoever are the audience will have definite takeaway messages. And whenever you present, make sure that whatever you are showing on the screen really synergies with whatever you are speaking. Most of the times, the slide will show something and you will be talking about something else. That should not happen. If at all, you have to make a real good presentation. In olden days, probably Dr. Smita remember, we used to write on the blackboard, even for a seminar or for a case conference, coming 1 hour before to the seminar room, even in a small group presentation. So we actually never had any access to the recent information. We had to start preparing, even for a departmental seminar, to gather information. Now actually what I see is an information overload. I've got so much of information, we don't know how to really pick up what is the relevant information for our presentation. That is the status of affairs now. In the same way, as I said, when it comes to the media through which you wanted to present, probably we had, the best thing was blackboards and chalkpiece, flip charts, if you are a little bit advanced, maybe transparencies we used to use those days, and we used to write with a sketch pen on the transparencies and present it, and they handmade or printed charts we used to show or circulate among the audience. Then of course, a very costly affair for us was making slides through printed slides. We will put it in the slide sorter, and slide sorter probably will work automatically, changing the slides. It used to be a very laborious procedure, even for making 30 slides. I'm talking about 1984. Probably Dr. Smita will remember, I actually presented in a Indo-US symposium, a particular paper, for which I had to prepare about 30 slides, and it costed me those days $1,500. You can imagine how simply nowadays we make slides without even spending a single penny. That is the advantage for this generation. Anyway, I'm not envying. Definitely, this was the status of affairs when we actually started learning how to present. As I said, with modern technology, now best thing is we have got MS PowerPoint, and of course, Google Slides are also available if you want. And there are multiple PPT templates at your disposal. Some of the things, of course, you can buy and use it according to the need. And you have got now live smart screens, which you can operate sitting here, so that everybody can virtually look at their cell phone and see the slide for themselves. And other paraphernalia is also available, both for the speaker as well as the spectator or the listener. There are many such things. I'm not going to really show all of them, but some of them is JGNet Chat GPT, where we use artificial intelligence also. MS Surface Hub is becoming very popular, especially among the business circles, which will also have a lot of importance in education also. Then Meeting Owl, Zone, Cisco-based Spark board, and of course, AI actually generate your presentation. If you load all the material and give it to, there are various vendors, through AI, they generate slides for you. It becomes so easy for you. So these are some of the things. I'm not very sure whether this slide will play, so I'm not showing it. Actually, it was a demonstration about MS Surface Hub. Then when it comes to what exactly happens when you speak across the audience. As a speaker, you are there as a center figure. You have control over the slide deck as well as other hardware, maybe a good microphone, the lighting and other things you can operate on your own. And you have an interaction with audience. You have to look at them, they are looking at you. All the eyes are at you, and you are looking as far as possible at everybody. And that interaction is very, very important. And as a speaker, you have got a lot of responsibility in actually synergizing all these three things. Your slides or whatever material you are trying to show. Then, of course, the various machinery which you are going to operate, and then audience. Audience basically depend on two things. One is they look at the speaker as well as they look at the exhibit. So this interaction, if you can understand properly, you can really make a very good presentation. So these are some of the various things that happen nowadays. This is like a live event where there are people sitting in front of me, I talking to them. Or sometimes this can be broadcasted across to other places also. As I said, this could be real also. Then webinars you must have seen over the net. So this is another thing. Online presentations are becoming very frequent now. You have got even Zoom meetings or Google Meets where you can really share your knowledge across the populations. And sometimes it could be hybrid meets. So it's becoming more and more complicated. You are sitting at your home and you are trying to interact with multiple people through multiple technological advances that are available. Of course, you can record always your presentation and put it in the YouTube. That facility is also there. The spectators or audience can see these YouTubes at their leisure and then understand what you are trying to convey across. But whatever you do, some of the things on the right-hand side are very important. For example, if I am only using this sort of a microphone, definitely when I turn around, the voice goes down. So always I prefer using a collar phone so that I can move across and still speak properly so that my voice doesn't alter in the intensity. Proper lighting is always important. Sometimes you have to dark the projection area, but at the same time you should have a good lighting, at least so that people can look at you properly and you can look at the audience and definitely maintain. No, it's not necessary. I'm just suggesting. So I can look at the audience properly and understand how they are receiving my ideas. Then control over the gadgets. Most of the times what happens is I try to operate, the slide doesn't move. Or as I said, I wanted to show an video that doesn't work because I did not transmit it to these people properly. So these things are going to be there whenever there is a technical snag. Proper screening effect is always important, especially if you are recording and putting it on YouTube. So as I said, nowadays, when you want to present, you have to first decide what is the content of your presentation. Now you have got information overload, as I said. Got so much of information. So you have to really select what exactly you want to talk about, how you are going to gather that data, specify the source of information, decide the references which you are going to quote, and then have a definitive plan, like how you start the storyline, from where you start, and define the outline of a presentation. As far as possible, you should not exceed that borders of your presentation and go into other areas and again come back, confuse the audience more. It should not happen. Using one idea per slide is always the best way to really put the message across. If you actually crowd the whole slide with too many words, then people will be reading at that. You will be speaking something. Nothing really goes into the minds of audience. So it's a waste of time for both of you. So make sure at least the content is clear and you are starting with a good storyline and you maintain the outline of your presentation. And as I said, don't overcrowd your slides. Then the designing the presentation is another important thing when you want to make a good presentation. Choose the presentation, format, colors, slides, even the fonts. Determine the use of metaphors and visuals or slides at very appropriate times and very rationally. And before you complete your preparation for the presentation, give some final touches to the presentation. As I said, most of the times there could be grammatical errors, there could be some punctuation difficulties, and always it is better to you for before you present it, polish the presentation so that there are no major difficulties for the audience to understand what exactly you are trying to convey. Then check the content. As I said, grammar. The important thing for a presenter is to rehearsal. Rehearsal, rehearsal, rehearsal. Sit in front of a mirror, present it to yourself, see whether you are satisfied or not. If you really want to make a very good presentation, rehearse as many times as possible, then it will come out. With each rehearsal, you will know where things are going wrong, where you have to correct yourself. And also make sure that you don't lose the continuity of your presentation. It's very, very important. Then, of course, as I said, audience are very, very important. You should know who are the audience. Like when this topic was given to me, I was trying to ask Dr. Naveen Kumar why I should talk about this topic about which everybody knows. Because all of you, at least at some point of time, must have been a presenter. You must have already done all these exercises. Then why should again I talk about the same thing? He said, sir, it is going to be a very mixed population. There will be people of your age who had gone through all the difficulties of making a presentation. There are people who are learning to present, and there are some beginners also who have presented a few times but not mastered the technique. So definitely you can speak about these things so that they can probably in future become better presenters. So that's why I thought, okay, let me also talk about the importance of the audience. So that's why I asked this question, and I know now there are different age groups here with different backgrounds. Of course, most of them are related to psychiatry or psychology. And their expectations, that's important. What you really expect by attending my lecture. I should know that. Otherwise, the very purpose may not be served properly. And your interest and involvement is also important. If somebody comes very prepared on that particular topic, I have to be more careful. I should know probably a little bit more than what you have prepared for that particular topic as an audience. So these are some of the things, again, which you have to decide before you really present something across the audience. Starting the presentation is an art. You should master it. You can start with a fact. Like, yes, listen to the previous presentation where they initially started talking about how many geriatrics, rather old people are there in the country, how the populations are increasing, in which way geriatrics, or for that matter, geriatric psychiatry is becoming relevant. So it is a fact. You can start with a fact and expand on that idea. That is one way of that. Or else, you can start asking a question across the audience, and from there you pick up your flow. Or you can start with a relevant story that's related to the topic of your presentation. Or you can start with a short video, maybe 1 minute or half a minute video. You can show the video and stir the interest of the audience. Or you can start with a good quote also. So these are some of the techniques. There could be multiple, but these are some of the things which usually people practice. But you can choose your own style of really starting the conversation. Engaging the audience again is very, very important. Don't read looking at the slides or looking at your screen. Best is you maintain a good eye-to-eye contact. Keep looking at people, trying to engage them. Give a good body language appearance. Interaction with the audience may really make the presentation very interesting. Anyway, I'm not doing it because of the paucity of the time. They have already warned me you should complete within 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Allow the participation. If somebody wants to interrupt my talk and say something, I should allow it. I should not feel offended about it. Then open questioning. If somebody questions that whatever you are telling may be wrong, I can stop my presentation and ask him to politely to talk more about it and then listen to him and can answer it in the end. Humor is very, very important part of any presentation. If you can incorporate humor, probably people will really rush to the hall to listen to your presentation. Engaging anecdotes or stories will make things very interesting for the audience and you can hold on to them for a longer time. But again, my warning, especially for most of the presenters, is that always there is a limit for the audience to listen to your talk. Maximum they can hold the concentration for about 15 to 25 minutes. If your lecture goes beyond that, they will slowly start losing interest and you have to pull them back again and again. Even then, most of the times you will be unsuccessful. So as far as possible, as I said, you make your presentation very crisp and very, very pointed so that at least you can pass on the key message very effectively. For that, of course, you require a good, effective visualization of the data. For doing that, as I said, choose the important right data, design the graphics or charts for clarity. If you put too many words, people are not interested in reading the slide. So whereas they will understand it in a moment once you show it in a diagrammatic format. Incorporating annotations and explanations probably will make people understand your lecture better. Effective usage of arrows, color changes, highlighting, these things can probably make your presentation a definitely good one. Can use, of course, artificial intelligence to make it more interesting, which I have apparently not done. As I said, I belong to an older generation. How to make your talk interesting? You start with a memorable slide, which probably will remember it. Visual hierarchy for emphasis, that should be the very important thing for you to make your presentation very powerful. And you should also have a very good slide to close your presentation. Incorporate audio or visual clips for clarity to make your point clear to the audience. Live demonstrations, if possible. For example, if you are giving a clinical demonstration, take the consent of the patient or the relatives, or even if it is a mock patient, ask them, directly make them sit, interact with them, so that people can understand it better than your lecture. Then hyperlinks for additional resources definitely will help. Handle the constraints and other situations effectively. Before you start the presentation, be sure that whether it is a short presentation or a long presentation, make sure that how much time you have been allotted or whether there are any changes to your presentation. In short presentations, you prioritize what exactly is the key message which you want to pass across. If it is a long presentation, you can incorporate so many other things. But as I said, always the best thing is to complete your presentation within 30 to 35 minutes. And allow people more to participate more in the discussion so that you will also learn from the audience. It should be a two-way learning rather than simply you talking across. In that way, I like always a live presentation rather than a recorded presentation or a presentation which is being transmitted across. There probably only with your smartphone you can get some questions. But real communication is not possible there. Be ready for the unforeseen interruptions, like a technical glitch, where suddenly things won't work according to you. Don't get panicky, or don't think that you are wasting time and the time passes by. Engage the audience in different other ways. Floor interruptions can be there. Some people may suddenly start asking some questions. So don't get unnecessarily panicky. There may be difficult questions maybe at the end of the presentation. You should definitely stay calm and answer it in a very professional manner without getting really perturbed about it. So key takeaways before we complete it is measure your success. How do you measure your success? By taking a good feedback. Of course, now I am not asking any feedback from you, because I know whether you like it or not, you have sit here and you have to listen to it. But anyway, I'm not going to make many presentations in future because I've started reducing the interactions as such. Of course, still I work as a professor. I have got my own group to really communicate with. That's a smaller group, that's easy to handle. But always, if you want to measure your success as a good presenter, you should get a good feedback from all the audience. Actually circulate all the handouts and give your email also to most of the people who are really interested in the topic. Ask them to write a review about the content and your style of presentation. Probably you will get a lot of information in that. And then you should actually analyze this information and try to improve your performance over a period of time. So this is very, very important. And as I said, if you strive for improvement, maybe within a few months, you can be the most sought after speaker everywhere. In fact, I'm not trying to tell great about me. This particular year, the South Zone conferences, I was there everywhere. In PGCME, in practitioner CME, again here. So whatever major 3 events of the IPS South Zone has taken place, I don't know how I figured here. So people know that I can put my views across very effectively, and that's why I'm being a very successful presenter. So I will just end my presentation by telling some of the important do's and do nots in the whole presentation. As I said initially, exhibit only one single idea per slide. Don't crowd your slide with too many ideas which are very, very difficult to understand. Then avoid as far as possible lot of jargon in your presentation. Use very simple, understandable English words. And present your whole thing with stretched layouts and diagrams, because always this will have a more impact on the audience rather than words. Customize your presentation using templates. As I said, this particular generation is so lucky, you have got so many things at your disposal. You can really make your presentations very vivid and very, very receptive. Avoid 3D diagrams, because 3D diagrams can really confuse the audience because of the shades and other things. They cannot really get the concept properly. Avoid images in the background. Sometimes you put an image in the background of the slide, and actually what happens is the audience will be more interested in the background image rather than what you are trying to show in the slide. So as far as possible, avoid that. Then this again I am stressing, use the correct grammar, spellings and punctuations so that the message is properly put across. Change your presentation style depending upon the situation and the audience. Suddenly you see more young audience, probably you can come down a little bit and start teaching like a teacher. Maybe if you are seeing more mature audience, probably you can go to their level and talk more about it. Like that you have to modulate the way in which you want to present. control your tone and rhythm of what exactly you are presenting. As you all know that English is not our mother tongue, so we will have a lot of difficulties in putting across in a foreign language. But of course, we have been taught in that language, slowly you have to master it and use it properly. Do not read the content. And as I said, maintain the eye-to-eye contact with the audience. Rehearsal as many times as possible after you prepare the slides. That is a very important message I want to put across. Be ready for the question and answers and always try to accept the suggestions from the audience. You should not get offended if somebody says these are some of the deficiencies in presentation. Probably you should accept it. If it has got a merit, try to correct yourself. That is the way to go forward. With this, I think I will close my presentation and look forward for your suggestions and questions. As far as possible, I will try to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for finishing on time. So please sit down, sir.
I will stand here. I think I'm more comfortable standing.
You all know that a good teacher explains, a great teacher inspires. And we have amongst us a great teacher who has inspired us about making a good presentation. Sir has actually gave us a model presentation, how to make a good presentation now. So if probably would have been listening right from the beginning, whatever the do's and don'ts he has mentioned in the last couple of slides, he himself has tried to follow them, trying to get their attention. I think one of the strategies that he has adopted is to complete well before time. Sir is very much aware that, more than 25 minutes, I think it will be useless to pass on any kind of information to the audience. So I'll just open the forum for discussion. Yes, sir. Question and answers.
Thank you, sir. Like before entering the room now, I was very skeptical as to what sir is going to talk about. But it was very good, sir. Like there was no jargon in your presentation. And I think what you have been a speaker at various places. I think we are seeing that in your presentation. And the last thing what sir was telling, like there was a joke, like towards the end when it becomes too lengthy, like the speaker is actually carried on the shoulder, like he's thrown out of the auditorium. So, sir,
actually, people will be looking at their watches.
Yeah, watches.
When this fellow is going to leave the mic.
Yeah. So it was very good, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Questions? Yes. You can, yes, please.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful presentation. So I was in UK and I had this kind of training on presentation skills, and I was surprised that they say the title is probably the most important thing. So your title should reflect what you are going to tell, so that people can choose what he is going to tell actually. And then the other thing they said is the first 30 seconds to 1 minute is the deciding time, whether people will continue to listen or they drop out. So the opening should be great. So someone has to spend a lot of time about title and the opening thing. And other thing, what I notice in India is we take very long subtopics like management of bipolar disorder. Whereas in the West, they probably take management of bipolar depression with antipsychotics. It will be a very specific topic and they build up a long case. And whereas we, in a short time, in 1 hour, we run through some hundreds of pages of material. So, and at the end, how much is retained, that is important. So now we have got so many conferences happening. We have this kind of choice to have restricted topics at great length, small topics at great length. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Actually, as you said, it is your ability to select the correct data to present. It could be a very vast subject, but you can definitely tailor according to your presentation and, as I said, as per the expectations of the audience. If you do that, things become easy for you. Everything will fall in line. Please.
Good evening, sir. Yeah. Based on your vast experience.
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Hello?
Please.
Yeah, based on your vast experience, sir, how do you perceive teaching or learning in the digital era than the classroom teachings? Because nowadays we hardly see students going for the classes, and usually they'll be fixed on the mobiles or the PDF or the presentations than listening to the teachers in the classes.
My experience tells that this present generation takes everything very lightly because they know whatever I'm going to tell them is already available from various other sources. So they are not very serious about learning. You may have a lot of teaching learning methods at your disposal, but to what extent the other side? As I said, the audience is the important component in the whole communication process. If they are not interested, probably you cannot really steer interest in them. But if you can be a good presenter, I'm sure that you will attract them back to the classes. That's my experience.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Anusha. So actually, despite being born in the twilight of internet era, I am very technologically challenged. So I find it very difficult to make PPT or any presentation. So whenever I do make a presentation, I find it a bit discouraging when I see people scrolling through their phone while presenting. So my question is, how do we set realistic expectations for ourselves about what to expect from the audience in this age and era where the phone are ubiquitous, and how to still be motivated to put our A game for the consequent presentations?
I have partially answered your question when I answered the previous one, but to make it more specific, you should know their expectations first rather than how you are going to do the presentation. Once you understand them better, especially if it is, say, in an undergraduate class or a postgraduate class, most of the people you know. So you know what exactly they expect out of a didactic teaching or a presentation of a sort. So once you understand them, as I said, it is your ability over a period of time to attract them back into classes. Because as you rightly said, there is definitely information explosion for them. They have got so much of information, but still they don't know which is the important discrete information which they have to select. Probably that aspect you can highlight better. Can you use a phone? Because I think acoustics is a problem in this hall. I want always a clarity.
Good evening, sir. This is Dr. Jahnavi from Andhra Pradesh. Sir, in a presentation to engage the people or to engage the audience, usually in our college during presentation we have our professors, we have our senior residents, junior residents, and also interns, sir. So in such a kind of thing, while we want to understand the audience and to engage them, can we use anything like life skills and pedagogy to engage them more and make it more interesting, sir?
Actually, as you know, pedagogy is always an instrument. If it is properly used and effectively used, it can really give the student also a chance to learn how to really communicate with colleagues or the other people who do not know so much as they know. So actually most of the university exams also have incorporated pedagogy as a sort of a assessment. But at the same time, you can use pedagogy as a precursor to become a good presenter. But what happens in most of the PG examinations is you ask them to take a topic and speak about it for 5 minutes. And they will be given about hardly 10 minutes or 15 minutes time to make that presentation. So most of the times what happens is it's a sort of a more of a cursory sort of fulfilling the criteria to pass them out rather than being serious about it. But if you are really working in a teaching department, you can take it very seriously and make them prepare for it in a more leisurely manner and more effective manner. So right from there, you can make people very, very good communicators or presenters. That's how I use it in my department.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think we are running short of time. I got instructions to wind up this session. This is the best example that what we have witnessed now. Whatever sir has discussed has generated so much interactions now. I think we are going to continue the discussion outside the hall, sir. A lot of people are willing to ask more questions.
Overload.
So it's not information. I think they're trying to learn more and more about making good
No, it
presentation.
comes with experience and more exposure. Anyway, before you conclude, I just want to really thank the organizers for giving me such a topic, which I never thought will really make you people so stirred up and ask so many questions, because I did not expect it at least. Anyway, thanks for the organizers and for the whole team in the hall. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the session. The best question for this session, forgot your name, sorry. What's your name? Anusha, yeah. So Anusha, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this extremely engaging and interactive session. Like sir rightly pointed out, it was a presentation on how to make a presentation indeed. So now, moving forward to the next session, we have a symposium on the state of the art in electroconvulsive therapy, advancements in the digital era. So this is the last session of day one, and we are now delving into this enlightening symposium. This discussion will be delivered by Dr. Preeti Sinha, accompanied by Dr. Albi Elias and Dr. Naveen Thomas. Our session chair is Dr. Jagdish Tirthali, Professor of Psychiatry at NIMHANS, Bangalore. Dr. Albi Elias could not be with us physically, but he's kind enough to join us online. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome them on stage, please? I'll request our chairperson to kindly introduce our speaker, sir. Handing it over to you, sir. Thank you.
So what is the order? Preeti. Okay. Yeah, will you please? She's there already. Naveen, you can come on stage. We can see that from there. Yeah, please come. Yeah. Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Preeti Sinha, my colleague from the Department of Psychiatry. Her CV is put up there, but I want to say something else which is not put up there. She is one of the most hardworking and committed clinician. You can see, brains and commitment come together in Preeti. I have heard some lady PGs saying that she is their role model. So her other achievements are there in here. So Preeti, the stage is yours, and
I wish always sir will be the chairperson for my presentation. So taking it forward, time limit has been given, so I need to be very fast. It's just to give an idea about the software related to ECT, and Dr. Jagdisha only suggested that why don't we present it to the forum here in IPSOCON. So the outline will be the need of digitization, the general challenges, and the process of development and utility of these digitized ECT services, the challenges we faced, and the future directions. So the need, we know that in last 10 years there have been immense development in technology and digitization, and that includes medical services, though a bit late than the other services. And so the psychiatry also requires for the same smoother functioning and better delivery. In psychiatry, ECT is a unique treatment because it is a bit amalgamation of having a lot of medical aspects, and it's required for severe patients and who requires urgent improvement in their symptoms. So if we can improvise the services, it will show quick effects, and you can see that how the things have been made better. Now, before starting the digitization, what kind of challenges which we thought of? ECT is psychiatry plus medical plus surgical plus electrical. So it is a surgical in terms of having pre-anesthetic checkup. So what I'm trying to tell is when someone wants to digitize, it tries to understand the process, what I'm going to digitize. So that I have learned in last few years, that how to convey to the software person about that. So to explain to them that though it is like surgery, but it happens multiple times in series, and that kind of things again will happen multiple times, whereas surgery maximum it will happen twice and in whole life. And then here we have to have handle electrical, anesthetic aspects, and medical and cognitive adverse effects as well. Now, along with that, we also wanted to do something about the delivery of electrical charge, which is also was not available till date, till then in any ECT machine. And considering the large number of patients we have, digitization definitely makes a difference. We know that is in passport office. I don't know if people remember 10, 15 years back to go to a passport office. I remember when I was doing my MBBS. It was like winning a war. So that has been made smooth because of the digitization. So something of that sort here. Now psychiatry digitization is different because there is more amount of information which is collected, which is brief as well as descriptive, subjective as well as objective. And there is chronic patients keep on coming, and we need to store that information for a long time, and confidentiality do matter. So what kind of digitization did we do? We had 3 stages of development. First stage, we just started, we had got some programmer employed at NIMHANS. So we just started, we were one of the first group who tried to have digitization. And whatever that lady could do us, it really helped a lot. So we just made partially PAC, request form procedure, queue management, which were basically just form to convert it into an online forms kind of thing we did. And even this very little kind of things helped us a lot. Where? In COVID. So in COVID, we had enough number of patients, we had to prioritize whom to give, whom not to give beforehand, to understand whether these patients would require or not. All those management was pretty easy for us. If we have to say to the team that you don't do this, you have to have this, then only we'll give ECT. It was very easy. It was a definitely a help. Otherwise, we would have a lot of difficulty in managing ECT services during COVID. Otherwise, also knowing about other ECT list beforehand, and prioritizing the patients in daily services also. And then and collecting data, and we had done some studies, but we still have to do a big data analysis. We have right now, in last 6 years, removing the last 1 year, which is from the newer stage, we have 42,432 sessions of about 6,000 patients. So we still have to, I am working on cleaning the data and getting it in a shape so that we can get some meaningful information from it. So what were the limitations of stage 1? It was that people were not interested. Initially it was happening some off, some online, and then again there was not a mandatory kind of a thing, so it was not complete. And monitoring was not possible because timing we are not keeping a log, and the user account, because by then with one account you can log into multiple devices, so we didn't know who is entering the information. And same form was used for request and procedure. So, but it helped us to make our the final version of the ECT service, ECT software. Then the other was that because that lady was there, and if we have some issue, it would not be addressed, which is very important for users. And then she left in 2021, and I was crossing the finger ki if something happens, we need to have another soon. Otherwise, if it crashes, then what we will do? and only psychiatrists were entering, no one else was using that software. Along with that, we had this thing which I think only being used in the Nivicure ECT machine. We had multiple failures, but we didn't stop, and I can proudly say that in our ECT machine, the associated Bluetooth, by your finger click contact, you can change the parameters as you change of your bank accounts. Yes, no, 2,000 rupees, 2 lakh, 2 crores. So in that way, but you need to be mindful, because if you increase the charge, patient will have a very tough time. So that has really helped us to manipulate and give the amount of charge in a way we want. That kind of a flexibility has never been there. It's a Bluetooth operated. There are a lot of bugs, and sometimes once we thought we will drop it, but somehow we could persist with the help of our PDFs and senior residents. And this is what it is. This is the Bluetooth machine, and this is the tablet where the things are there, and you can see that these are the parameters, and you can change it by any means. We use 75.1, and then the other things are changed accordingly. So, and along with that, it also has EEG. I'm not going into that detail, but this thing has helped us a lot, and senior resident can see and what's happening there. So it's really has helped us a lot. Because of this only, we could change from 1.5 to 1, which was very difficult considering we had so many patients having ECT every day. Now this is the stage 3. Still we haven't done completed, which we have not completed. I have put it in a italic so that you don't focus on it. What we have done is whatever has to be done by psychiatrist, we have incorporated. What has to be done by anesthetist, we have incorporated. What has to be done by nurses, ECT suite, we have incorporated. Related to what is ready, but implementation is the problem. The last part, still we have to work on it, the informed consent and patient to view their ECT related details on their own. I think that will help to reduce stigma a lot. You take your ECT, you see what you are getting, what you are not getting, and I think that will make them feel empowered. Ki, I know what's happening with me. It's not something which is happening in a dark room. And so I am looking forward that with this kind of digitization, maybe the people will not feel bad about getting an ECT, because everything you know, it's on your fingertips. So what we have done is that the PAC process, which was very tough for us, from the time the psychiatrist requests to the time that anesthetist approve it, in between saying, no, these things are not done, it goes back to the psychiatrist, then it comes back, everything is digitized. Acute and maintenance course, because people find their way. We want to make them separate because they have a different impact on patients' treatment. So to make them separate was a tough in terms of software, not on the paper. So, and then terminating the acute course if ECT has not been given just for a 14 days for whatsoever reason. So that also will help us to understand that how many times the patient's ECT was planned, why it was not given, why it was stopped. And all the information which is required during ECT phases, pre-preparation, procedure or otherwise, are available in each general clinical details, what has happened during last session or after last session. All the information is available for the SR to make the correct decision about the current ECT session. So, and then after the ECT is over, then we will have everything with the available to all, thanks to our virtual desktop interface, by which we can all see all the information immediately. And credibility has improved because everything is monitored, logged, and there is a time for which if you don't do, you can't say, no, I did, but it didn't come, and all these things have stopped. So in last 3 months, I have not got, at least couple of times I have got the call that there is a problem. I haven't got any call. So I am very happy. My mornings are really good. Otherwise, I know ki there would be 1 or 2 calls. Last year it was horrible when were implementing. So, and no ECT request last, ECT queue is being managed properly because it is integrated with the ECT digitized service, and there are reminders which are available for specific medical issues. So just to give you an idea, this is the ECT module which is there, and this is the sequence number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the documents which would be available when the patient is discharged, and these are the session number of the patients, and if I click this, I'll go to the patient's ECT course like this. This will come, and you can see that this patient had migrated data from the previous version, and then maintenance course, then acute course, and again maintenance course. So we know that how many series of ECT sessions have happened, and each one of them we click, all the details are available. Sorry. And here you can see that these 2 courses were terminated, logistic issue. So you know that these patients had some difficulty for some reason, that in his first 2 attempts of giving him ECT was not successful. So this is an important information when you see next time to give ECT, what should be done and what should not be done. Then this is the way the ECT preparation comes for the patients. For the first phase where things you can monitor. This is ECT administration. This first part information is available for the SR, and then these information they have to fill, and once anesthetic information is available, it will be carry forward. Vitals monitoring also is done, and everywhere there is a remarks, they can write whatever things were not done, and everything is managed by different group of people. So, because these are different phases. This is PAC. You can see there are different phases approved for ECT, or after recommendations are followed. Some may not be followed, or review after recommendations are followed. So like this, the anesthetist can give the remarks to the psychiatrist, and then psychiatrist can work on them. And the anesthetist, when they come in the morning, they know, okay, how many I need to have PACs. Because here we are talking about 50 numbers of patients and 8 to 10 PACs, at least 4 to 5 PACs. You can see there are 6 PACs have been done. So this is the usual number. So now they are also quite relieved. They know that suddenly something will not come. So what were our challenges when we developed? So as I have already told that managing this acute versus maintenance, it has caused a lot of, in terms of software. So in software, it happens that once what is decided, because the user is crying, the software will not change. A human being will change. Oh, I came late, please let me open the door, but the machine will not change. After AI, I don't know what will happen. So that is very important to think beforehand and decide what has to be done. Multiple sessions, and then what I have spoken about, and what information should be just carried forward, and what information should be available to manipulate, what set of information, those things we have to think beforehand and then work on it. And we have to also give them flexibility of things, but at the same time make sure that they don't use it for unnecessary benefit of theirs, not to fill the thing. So that has remained always a challenge, and notifying them for different aspects. So as you can see with the colors that the major problem has been the stakeholders. So whenever it has to be implemented, then people are not there to work. It was really a nightmare, but it happened. And now I assume that at least nursing staffs are happy, and some of the senior residents and junior residents are happy. Some may not be happy. So that was a major challenge which always will be there, especially with the doctors, I believe. They don't want to go into a digitized kind. Network was the initial problem, now it is quite smooth. And software related issues, suddenly something will not work. But thanks that we have a very good team, so they help to work on these things, and the hardware. But there also we had a support of our a big center, CRC, for clinical and research center for brain stimulation. So for there we could get the hardware which we required for digitization. So these are our future plans to integrate it with the IP records and to integrate the what you saw in the Bluetooth related thing automatically appearing in the records, and to involve other stakeholders, work on adverse effects, and to use AI to see that how the prompt which should be given to the doctors, nurses and patients can be made better, and to do a good audit and research to improve the ECT services in future. So I have completed. Because of fear, I just finished fast. So thank you.
Thanks, Preeti. Questions. You may know that there are prizes for the best questions, and I have been told that the chairperson should not ask questions.
Should not,
No,
not get
I can ask questions, but I cannot get the prize.
Hello, I am Dr. Ashwant, senior resident. So my question is, who takes the onus of privacy if in outside practice, private practice? If we go to digitization as an individual practitioner, we cannot do all these things. So who, whether the company or the individual practicing doctor?
So digitization, when has to be done, it's all important, the process and the users. Those both aspects are important. So if a user is a single or a very limited, so this will not be very elaborated like this. And as we see that in many of the time it happens that in clothes also you can have same can be stitched and can be used by many people, but many a times it has to be tailor made. So same happens here as well. So but this can be made into a user with single user or couple of users. And as far as the confidentiality is concerned, all digitization which happens, which all the digitization application digitized which works with the medical services especially, they have to follow HPPA guidelines, and they have to make sure that they have enough of those kinds of things in their programs that it cannot be what should I say, hacked, and they will give that thing. So it will be only seen by you and only you will have that. So that is their part and parcel of all kinds of application which is available. That has to be there. HIPAA has to be there.
I'm Dr. Anand from Hyderabad.
Yes.
This is actually regarding only organization of services, organization of ECT services, the managing people and all that. Can you tell from your experience in what way it has helped? Because ECT giving and everything is purely human, anesthesia, etc. So in what way the digitization has helped in overcoming problems? These are all basically people who are not there, who are not doing things properly and all that. The human problems being caused by human, how you are able to overcome them through digitization?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was assuming that the people might be not worrying about that. That's why I didn't present it. So what happens in when you do something, there are two reasons for which you may do wrong. And some of the things, so the digitization helps in at least three kinds of things. One, where you need not do the things. Second, if you are doing the things, then wrongly, then it can prompt you that you don't do the wrong things. These are the information you should take care. Third is that forcefully you want to do the things wrong. Because this is an institution where so many people are involved in ECT services, about 100 people. How to keep a track that all of them are doing the things as it should be as per the protocol. So the digitization would help to make sure that the things are done through protocol. Now, what are the things which are not done by, which are being done by the digitization and people don't have to do? For example, many of the doses and other things, what has to be given. Otherwise, you have to write on paper that these things have to be done. Those things are already there, and you just have to see that and give. So that the record writing which we're doing in pen and paper, you were doing on pen and paper some record writing. So you will mistake there, knowingly or unknowingly. Both those kinds of mistakes can be aborted. And also happens that many times I don't know, for example, how many patients are today for the ECT list. Are there 20, 30, 40? I start doing ECT, plan things accordingly, then 3 patients again are coming for ECT, then 2 patients. So the whole planning will go. So knowing the things beforehand, planning the digitation, the information available beforehand can help. Lastly, what happens, especially in NIMHANS, is suppose a person has received ECT, his or her file was in ECT suite till 12 o'clock. And I, as a doctor, I came to see the patient. I don't know what all things have happened at that. I can, with a click, can know the moment the patient received ECT, all the information is there for me. Patient is there in ECT suite. He has come 1 hour later. The file will be there another 3 hours, because file will be brought by together in things. So in that way, those information are available with me easily.
So are you doing any audit on this, clinical and services audit?
Yeah, yeah.
And did it help? So that is the benefit you got.
Yeah, so the third part, because we knew that the first part was not very, it was not complete. So we didn't do the audit. We knew that it has limitations. So this has happened, this has completed just 1 year now. So we are going to do the audit about that and see that what all information have been done, put correctly or not. And then we can work on it. In digitization, you can make, these information you want. If you don't put it, for example, what were happening that we were not knowing who is the consultant in charge and senior resident in charge of the patient. Patient has come and we have to call, we are looking in the file, sometimes files are, now they have to put the consultant and senior resident in charge name. So if something is happening wrong, we can call the SR and say, okay, look, this is your patient, these are the problems. Should we give ECT or not? So like this, the other thing, clinically I'll tell you, pre-ECT to check all the list of medical things, that these things are not there. It was not, because we gave about 50,000 patients in a, 10,000 sessions in a year. So what was happening that even if one patient had some medical illness and it was neglected, it can cause a problem. So reminding to the nurses that these things should be checked, it was made mandatory for them to do. So they started checking. Once they start checking, then they will get the habit of this. So improving the SOPs and implement of SOP protocol is helpful.
I'm Dr. Ashok Reddy from Hyderabad. From your presentation, I learned digitalization is done mainly for the purpose of service delivery, right? For ECT, giving the patient the ECTs. Have you incorporated any items which are relevant to the research purpose in this program so far? Because it's very easy, because you are doing it in the NIMHANS institution where research is part of it. Have you incorporated any components which are useful for producing some papers and research works, etc.?
So I am not very sure. Can you give an example what kind of a research you are talking about?
See, data is already available.
So those things are there, sir.
If the data is already pre-planned and prompts are given, so that we can get the data, analyze and publish the data very easily.
So if you had in the future direction, because this is for last 1 year, there was another data which we have. We are analyzing it. So recently we have got to know about one important thing which we are not aware at all. I think nowhere it has been seen, that the raise of BP, hypertension, which happens about more than 200 to 110, how many patients happen? It's a major, it's almost 20% of the patients, irrespective of the age. So we have come to know this recently. We are planning to first analyze it properly, and then work on how to reduce it, because we don't know what would be the long run of having 10 sessions with having a blood pressure up to 200, 110, 220. It is has happened in at least 20% of the patients, which we never thought that it would be there. So like this, there are many things, because we are recording everything which is happening, we are recording very, very systematically. The other thing which we are planning to introduce is the cognitive adverse effects. So in a proper way, so that it's easy for the psychiatrist also to add it and to see that how the what happens, because most of the time the data would be incomplete. Now there would be no incomplete data. So I hope that in next 2 years you should see a lot of papers from NIMHANS.
Probably you should plan in such a way that on the way you can incorporate some more research questions into it, and research products can be bailed out from the available data itself. They need not again enter at the end of the session. Now itself, there should be a way
It's all
to incorporate in between.
It's all there, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I think we have to restrict the questions. We will go on to the next session. The next session is by Albi. Can we have Albi's CV here? And I am hoping that Dr. Albi is yes, I can see him. Yes. Hi, Albi. Are you online? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yes, yes. Nice to hear you. So, Albi calls me sir, but I would consider him as my friend. He was my student, but I think in the early 2000s, he moved to Australia. He is now the associate professor and in the division of mental health and well-being, Western Health, the University of Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. He has been a avid researcher in ECT. Interestingly, we see that ECT research is being conducted mostly by the Indian diaspora in most of the countries, particularly in Australia. He has had many publications in high impact factor journals. Albi, the stage is yours. Can you start your presentation?
Thank you. I'm so sorry that I'm able to join with you, but I sent my video and hopefully...
Yes, we'll play your video now, and after that,
you.
hopefully you'll be available to take some questions.
Psychiatric Society, the organizers of IPSACON, and in particular, I thank Professor Jagdisha Tirthahalli and Professor Naveen Kumar for this opportunity. Let me share the slides, and to begin with, there are a few disclosures. I'm a member of the ECT committee in the state of Victoria. I have received 2 research grants from Royal Melbourne Hospital and Western Health Research Fund for ECT. Now, I would demonstrate this ECT software soon, and before going to that, I would like to give a brief perspective into this topic. Now, as we know, ECT is a unique treatment in psychiatry in terms of the physiological mechanisms involved and the mode of delivery, and it's a highly regulated treatment involving anesthesia. Now, as physicians, we have been taught to practice error-free medicine, and doctors are among the most careful professionals in our society. Now, we live in a world where there is increasing attention on reforms in health industry, advocacy for human rights, and call for accountability for the care we provide. And we see consumer-centric practice in medicine. These all come to what we call as clinical governance, which is essentially improving safety and quality of healthcare delivery. Now, if you look at the error rates in medicine, according to one study, this was published decades ago, and I presume these figures might have changed lately. The study found that in a medical ICU, on an average, a patient received 178 healthcare activities per day. Now, this can vary from patient to patient across medical condition, but this is an average figure. So the ICU performed at 99% proficiency. Still, there were errors. Now, if we compare these error rates with other industries, and this was quoted in a paper published in JAMA years ago, if we live with 99.9% accuracy, we would still see 2 unsafe plane landings every day at Chicago Airport, 16,000 lost mails every hour, and 32,000 wrong bank transactions every hour. I don't know these sort of bank errors and mail problems happening across the world, but we don't see this many unsafe plane landings at Chicago. Now, sometimes medical profession was compared with aviation industry, which is a prototype of high safety standards. But if you come to, for example, if you come to a surgery site, just a site of surgery, approximately error was calculated at 1 in 100,000. But if you take other factors like the timing of surgery, the method, or wrong patient, or wrong indication, these error rates would likely go up. Now, the pooled prevalence of preventable patient harm, either from omission or committing a wrong act in a healthcare setting, was estimated at 6%. So, errors happen, and our aim is to reduce the error rate. I mean, ideally, error-free practice, or minimize error rates to the least possible level. That's the aim. And now, coming to ECT, there are several quality programs in place. We all have been trained, we received excellent training to safely administer ECT. That starts from there. Now, then there are accreditation programs. At our center, Western Health in Melbourne, all consultant psychiatrists must complete an ECT training program after they have got fellowship from the Royal College to practice ECT. Now, after completion of this training program, they need to pair up with a senior psychiatrist to observe 10 ECT sessions in order to independently administer ECT. Then there are guidelines. Our center at Western Health has got our own guidelines. Now, Naveen took a lot of effort to develop these guidelines in the past, and there are statewide ECT guidelines. Then auditing. We do auditing every week of every ECT, every patient's ECT performed in the week prior. And we have bi-monthly ECT committee meetings, and the committee has anesthetist. So there are several checks and balances already in place. But we strive for either error-free practice or practice with least amount of errors. So coming to this topic, ECT in the digital world, the irony is we still use paper-based documents. I visited many ECT centers across the world, and as far as I know, all of them use paper-based documents. I'm not saying that the paper-based document is the paper-based document system is obsolete, but in contrast to advancing digital technology, the paper-based system needs review. And now we have artificial intelligence system. If you go to other areas of medicine, in many hospitals, they are using electronic medical records. So they document all communication, investigations, and treatment plan so that every doctor, every allied health professional involved in a particular patient's care can see this documentation on the same page. Everyone is on the same page. That is the main aim. Now, this software also aims the same, to improve the safety and quality. What we can do, we can collect the existing data and then compare the data with the data collected after the implementation of the software. Now, I will go to the software very shortly, and before that, I'd just like to say that the software captures almost all components of ECT practice, starting from the therapeutic indication, patient consent, education, which are critically important in ECT administration, medical and anesthetic evaluation, preparation, overnight fasting and wristband, prescription, ECT prescription, the details, including the placement, dose, pulse width, technical administration, recovery, and review. Now, this software was developed in Melbourne by Sendilon Solutions. This is a multinational IT company, and the platform they used was Metis platform. Now, let me stop the slides and go to the ECT software page. So, you can access the software remotely from home or anywhere using credentials and your personal login details. Once logged in, this is a landing page. It starts from if you look at the menus, it starts from patient registration all the way up to completion of the treatment. Now, the registration starts with the patient unique ID or the medical record number. For the time being, let us enter 123, patient date of birth. I need to choose a date of birth so that the patient has at least 18 years. Age and patient name, let us enter A, and then gender, we can choose from the drop-down menu. So this is the demographic information page. Now, if you have an existing electronic record system, the software allows interface with that electronic medical record system, so that once you enter the patient unique ID, the number, the software can extract the demographic information from the existing medical record system, so that you don't have to duplicate the work. Everything will come here automatically. But let us save and go to the next page. So it starts with the indication for ECT. Again, from the drop-down menu, we can choose. Almost all known indications are here. The commonly known ones are on the top. Let us choose major depressive disorder. Now, we often seek second opinion from our colleague psychiatrists. That depends on the situation of the patient and your confidence. If you need second opinion, then click here, and then you can comment, type the comments in the box. Now, if you type your colleague psychiatrist name after type at, and then type the name of your colleague. Let me type Naveen's name. So Naveen's email is here. It will automatically come if you type at. Then you type your request. So please advise about this patient who needs ECT, and you type the specific request seeking a second opinion on that particular matter, and then send the email. It will go to Naveen's email box. You can see a link, you can download that, then see this comment, and then he can type his reply. And when he send the send icon, that his Naveen's opinion will come here on the top right in the notification box. So I can see his opinion on the same page. This way, this software allows seamless communication among all care providers involved in this particular patient's ECT administration. That is one of the advantages of this software. Now, save this and go to the next page. Now the legal part comes, which is fundamental to ECT practice. The legal status in Australia: either patient must consent, patient cannot consent and doesn't have mental capacity to consent, then we need to apply to Mental Health Review Tribunal. The tribunal panel has a psychiatrist, and they will conduct a hearing and determine whether ECT is appropriate for this patient. Now, we can choose patient consent, then stage of consent, because this will come as a summary later, and the consent is in preparation or generated. If we click generate, we can upload the signed consent form from the computer that we use. We can scan that consent document, upload and to this software. Or we can go to the tribunal order. and the stage of application, preparation stage, submitted, or tribunal approval. If tribunal approved, we can again upload the same document to this page. So now we can see the other details here. All these details have been entered. You don't need to enter again, but we need to enter the number of ECT per ECT course, because in Australia, we need to specify the maximum number of ECT sessions per a patient consent or tribunal order. The maximum that we can give is 12 ECT in one course, but we can extend if needed. All of the information are there, and then now we can save and go to the next page. Now, this asks for medical conditions, because we know that certain medical conditions imply additional caution for ECT administration. For example, there are conditions like myocardial infarction, deep vein thrombosis, and almost all non-medical conditions. We have recently prepared a paper on contraindications of ECT. It will be published soon. And so if we choose a condition, say myocardial infarction, then the system will flag some alert when we go to the next stage. So it will remind us about the caution or additional safety measurements that we need to take for this particular patient with this particular medical condition. Then there are current medications which may interfere with ECT, like anticonvulsants, theophylline, lithium. And again, if we click, that will flag alert. Or we can click none of the above. Then we can upload ECG, we can upload patient, blood results again on the same page so that everyone can view these sort of results. Now, this software is an algorithm-based software. That means, for example, if the anesthetist contacted the response is no, then it won't go to the next page, because as we all know, we can't give ECT without anesthesia. So by mistake, if we haven't contacted an anesthetist or some lapse happened or there is an omission, it will not allow us to proceed. So click yes, then we need to add our comments, request for anesthesia, type all the patient details, investigations, medical condition, then it will go to the anesthetist. Again, the anesthetist can see this on anesthetist email box and download, send the comments, okay, please do an ECG or please do a chest x-ray or proceed to ECG. So we can see those comments on the same page on the right top hand, on the right icon. So again, save. So see, here we can see an alert. Take precaution and follow medical contraindication guidelines. So this is an algorithm so that we need to satisfy certain requirements, and we need to be mindful of certain situations before we proceed. If it is no, then it will not proceed. Only if it is yes for all these requirements, we can proceed to the next stage. So we are going to the next stage, and then the software asks for electrode placement. So there is the commonly used placements are here, bifrontal, bitemporal, and right unilateral. So for the time being, I choose right unilateral, pulse width, brief pulse, ultra brief. Let me choose brief pulse. And this software will automatically calculate the dose for these two parameters. So that dose will be, see, here it is 72 millicoulomb for right unilateral brief pulse, according to the titration, the existing titration protocol. Now, Naveen has presented his topic. These things may change, but for the time being, it is 72 millicoulomb for right unilateral brief pulse, according to the patient age and gender. So the software automatically calculates this. Now, if we change into ultra brief pulse width, the dose will change. So instead of 72 millicoulomb, now we can see 48 millicoulomb. So, and this changes again with bitemporal. So that is another advantage. The software calculates these treatment parameters. Now this is a summary. The patient name, the indications. We can add further details and go to the next page, which is a final safety checklist system. So it asks for the patient consented or tribunal order cited. If it is no, it won't proceed. Only if we verify, we double check, ensure that this has been done, the software will take us to the next step. Electrode placement verified, EEG, when we give ECT, the EEG, the leads are in place. We check the baseline, patient fasted, and impedance checked. Yes, we can see that. So again, it's a double checked. Just click, but it reminds us about all these mandatory safety requirements. Timeout, the right patient, the wristband checked, the medical record number checked, electrode placement checked, right patient, any allergies checked, then anesthesia started, propofol or thiopentone, whatever it is, given, the muscle relaxant given, bite block placed, the dose and everything all verified. So this is the final safety check. Now, if we are satisfied, then we can save this and approve all the parameters and all the details, and then we can, after we approve, here is an icon that shows approve. Once we approved, then it will ask for confirmation, and once we click confirmation, the treatment can be delivered. So with that, this will be completed, and now if you go to there is one more thing. If you go to this page, there is, it will show a booklet for every treatment. This allows a review system, and now it is completed, and the booklet system will show us how many treatment was given, and the date and other parameters. Now, once this is completed, later we can see the list of patients who had completed ECT or are waiting for ECT. I'm not going to that stage because it is still under development. So the software is algorithm-based, and there are a lot of safety checks, and I presume this will improve the safety standards. And I'll go to the last page of the slide presentation. So in summary, this is a secured software. There is a high degree of privacy and confidentiality, which will meet all the safety and industry standards in Australia. And it allows remote access. It's an interactive workflow system because we can type our comments, ask for second opinion, and you can receive second opinion from our colleagues. And it will enhance the communication among all care providers within a multidisciplinary system. It's algorithm-based, ensures safety and necessary safety, and it improves quality of care. It also calculates automated dosing, and this allows appropriate dosing for the individual patient. So with this, I conclude here, and thank you very much for joining me, and enjoy the conference. Thank you again.
Thank you, Albi. I think we are running short of time, and I will.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I thank.
We will move on to the next presenter, Dr. Naveen Thomas. So, can we have his CV here? Yes. So no photo. You can see him here. So his current details are here, but I want to say that he has passed out from very prestigious institutes in India. He's currently working in Australia. So he passed out his MBBS from Kottayam Medical College, and then he did his PG in CMC Vellore, and then he worked as a postdoc in Vellore itself for about 3 years. Then he moved on to Melbourne from then, and I think he's also working closely with Albi and the rest of the team, ECT team there. Naveen, we can have your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdish. Thank you, organizer, for inviting us for this presentation, me and Albi. So I got only 10 minutes to finish, so I will try to finish it as fast as possible. Thank you. So my presentation got two sessions. One is the current dose determination in ECT, and second one is the proposed way to how to predict the seizure threshold and reduce the need for titration. So there are multiple dosing strategies in ECT, which is one commonly used is the fixed dose strategy, not commonly used, rarely used one, and second one is the formula or age-based dosing, and third one is the most commonly used and probably the gold standard, that is a seizure threshold based dosing. And other two strategies are benchmark dosing and time titrated dosing stimulation. So fixed dose approach, this is mainly by Kellner and elaborated by Bennett, so giving 75% of the maximum output of the machine. For example, around 370 millicoulombs or 400 millicoulombs. And Bennett simplified it saying that people below 65 can have 200 millicoulombs and people above 65 can 250 millicoulombs. Then second one is the formula-based or age-based method, mainly by Abrams and by Schwartz. The age-based method is that for bitemporal ECT, give 5 times of the age in millicoulomb, and for right unilateral for bitemporal ECT, give 2.5 times of the age, and for bitemporal unilateral ECT, give 5 times of the age. The other one is the Scandinavian technique. That's the time titration stimulation. So here we are giving the stimulus for an extended period of time, watching when patient is going to get a seizure and stop the stimulation at that time. This is rarely used in other countries, but Scandinavia there is an increased interest in this time titration stimulation. And the last one, or the most important one, is the Sakim's protocol of seizure threshold based dosing development. So seizure threshold means the minimum amount of electricity required, charge required to produce a seizure is called seizure threshold. And for in using the Sakim's protocol, we need to give 1.5 or 2.5 times of the seizure threshold. Next session, in bitemporal ECT or right unilateral ECT, we need to give 5 to 6 times. There are a few other approaches, the benchmark dosing approach based on the peak heart rate and that other physiological changes. So APA recommends using seizure threshold based dosing as the gold standard, and also we can use age-based dosing. Fixed dosing are only limited for certain situations. And seizure threshold based dosing, as I previously mentioned, it is 5 to 6 times of the, for right unilateral ECT, 5 to 6 times of the seizure threshold, and for right bitemporal ECT, 1.5 to 2.5 times of the seizure threshold. So, but there are some criticism regarding the seizure threshold based dosing. One is we are not sure about the efficacy. It's not very personalized. It's a very standardized approach. Second is how Sakem did this, the reason doing this multiples of 2.5, 5 and 6, we don't know. And Sakem also, there is no clear explanation why he did that. So whether we could have do on 5.5 or 4.5, why we are giving 6 times of the seizure threshold from the beginning, can we do a stepwise approach? There is no clear explanation for those, there is explanation for this technique. And also, seizure threshold vary with the patient age, gender, the anticonvulsant medications, use of benzodiazepines, so it will change. So we need to have a more personalized approach. So there's what we are planning to do is that there is a new strategy to predict the seizure threshold for a patient. Because we are doing this for the last 30 years, the seizure threshold calculation by using second tech. So we got enough data. In our hospital itself, we got probably around 1,000 titrations done. So we got 10 years of that easily available. So do we need to do the titration again and again? We can predict the seizure threshold and give the stimulus on the day one itself, reducing the need for titration. So the factors affecting the seizure threshold, which include age, electrode placement, pulse width, the frequency of the stimulation we are giving, the strength of the current, the gender of the patient, medications, and recent ECT treatment. So the age is one important thing. With age, the seizure threshold will increase. So the study from NIMHANS, the cutoff is around 45 years. We got that around each after 45, the seizure threshold significantly increase, and after 65 also the seizure threshold will increase. ECT course is mainly for the bitemporal ECT, but also for right unilateral ECT. Over the course of ECT, the seizure threshold can increase up to 200%. That's the reason, one reason SACAIM started giving 6 times of the seizure threshold to accommodate that change. Electrode placement, we know that bitemporal placement, the seizure threshold is high. For example, for a young female, the seizure threshold for bitemporal is 48 millicoulombs. And for young female, if you are using right unilateral, it will be 24 millicoulombs. So bitemporal ECT got higher seizure threshold compared to the right unilateral ECT. And the main reason, one is the electrode distance. But probably the most important reason is that in right unilateral ECT, we are stimulating the motor strip of the motor cortex, which is probably the most excitable area. So it has the least seizure threshold, and that's the reason probably we need only 24 millicoulombs to get the seizure compared to the bitemporal ECT. Then gender, probably because of the thickness of the skull or many other reasons, the seizure threshold can increase with the gender. And one NIMHANS study is saying that with 120 millicoulombs, there is no significant difference, but our patients, we can start from 24 millicoulombs or 48 millicoulombs. In that lower dose, when you are titrating, it will be relevant. And the medications. So there are a few medications for anticonvulsant, which is mainly act through glutamate, and main reason for seizure, the production of seizure, we need glutamate activation. But to stop the seizures, we need GABA. So usually, if you're using anticonvulsant medications, it will increase the seizure threshold. But GABA, benzodiazepines, usually it will not increase the seizure threshold, but it will shorten the duration of seizures, because GABA mechanism is mainly to stop the seizure, not to start the seizure. So what we are doing is that we are proposing a strategy. We are integrating multiple factors, which include age, gender, electrode placement. We are not doing it because we are mainly using right unilateral ECT, medication history, and recent history of ECT. Putting all these things, we put a simple formula which will predict the threshold, and we can give the seizure 5 times or 6 times of the threshold on the first day itself, and eliminating the need for titration. So mainly what we are doing is that we compare last 10 years of ECT. We are predicting the seizure threshold and comparing it with the real seizure threshold which we titrated, and using a simple paired t-test, we will say that there is a difference between two. So this is I just got the ethics approval 2 days ago, so I got only 20 patients data here. So one is the left one is the calculated seizure threshold, and the extreme left is the titration seizure threshold. So if you're using this formula, we can see that in only 20 patients, but there is no significant difference between calculated seizure threshold and titration seizure threshold. So what is the advantage of this approach? Because it is more like personalized dosing, and it will reduce the cognitive side effect, because when we are giving subthreshold stimulus to the patient, it will cause significant cardiac problem, it will increase the need for anesthesia, and it will increase the cognitive side effect. The seizure is protective for heart, the seizure is actually reduce the risk of cognitive side effects. So reduce the number of subthreshold stimulus And second one is that we can reduce the risk of more and more giving anesthesia. So using this personalized approach or the predicting the seizure threshold, we can streamline the treatment, we can reduce the dose of anesthesia and anesthetic risk, and enhancing overall safety of the treatment we are giving. So what we are using this, we can refine the current strategies and promising a predictive model, which will probably we need to add more things into that model to improve the prediction or more personalized care. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for giving you much less time. Yeah, I think you have actually very efficiently put across your thoughts, and within a short time you were able to convey what you wanted to say. So it's very interesting concept. Hopefully it will save, especially if you are giving rate unilateral ECT, the first session almost goes wasted because you only use it for seizure threshold estimation, and the threshold level treatment is not useful for right unilateral ECT. So by this strategy, hopefully the patient doesn't have to waste one ECT session, which can be very expensive and also time consuming. Any questions from the audience? Yeah, many are there, yes.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Anand from Hyderabad.
Sir, you can also direct your question to Albi or to Naveen.
Yeah, to the previous speaker I was asking one question, and to the speaker just now. To the previous speaker, my question is, what do you do in special conditions where ECT is required? For example, pregnant patient is there and she requires ECT, or myocardial infarction 2 weeks is over, that acute phase is over, and then there is an indication for ECT. Does the software allow, because from what I understand, from whatever you have projected, it does not allow such cases?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's a very valid point. Now, with the software, if we click on, if the patient has a medical condition like myocardial infarction, and from the drop-down menu, if you click on that, as I said, the system will flag an alert. Now, with that, either you can seek an opinion from a cardiologist, and the cardiologist can see ECG and other relevant investigations on the same platform. Now, you can also seek a second opinion from a colleague psychiatrist, and that can also alert, like reference to the contraindications literature for ECT. So the system is actually a reminder of these safety measures which might otherwise go unnoticed. So it's essentially a safety system, and so that's the advantage and that's the relevance of picking up the medical contraindication.
Yeah, my question to Dr. Naveen is about how does it reduce the use of anesthetic? Because the dose of anesthetic agent as well as the relaxant is fixed by the anesthetic. How does this, your approach, how does it modify that particular aspect of dosing of anesthesia?
Thank you. The one important thing, if the patient, for example, we are giving 24 millicoulombs, and patient is not getting a seizure, so in the titration, so we need to wait for at least 20 seconds. Then only we can give the next stimulation. And if the patient is not getting a seizure there, then we need to wait for 20 seconds again. Then we need to give 48 or 72 millicoulombs. So every time, by that time, propofol will be out of the system. And also very important that after propofol, ideally we need to wait for 90 seconds to 2 minutes, because we need to give the stimulus when the brain propofol level is minimal or going down. So if we are giving multiple stimulation, then we need to give multiple doses of propofol sometimes, and that will create problems again, and get a seizure threshold on that session, because anesthetic is giving propofol and muscle relaxant probably not, but anesthetic, the propofol patient may need more propofol.
No, even for that session.
That session
itself, if they predict the seizure threshold beforehand, straight away they will give. If they don't, repeated stimulations will force the anesthetist to increase the anesthesia. I mean, repeat the anesthesia. So that will save.
I'm Dr. Ashok Reddy from Hyderabad. This question is to Dr. Albi. In the pre-anesthesia checkup and approval by anesthetist for ECT, is it that is only going to see the email what you are going to send to them and then give the approval, or they will examine the patient and then give the approval?
I mean, in the real world practice, in our center, the anesthetist can review all the patient's details. For example, they can review electrolytes, patient's medical condition, weight, and concomitant, the ECG. So through the software and with the existing electronic medical record system, anesthetists can review these documents. And sometimes it would be pretty straightforward, and it is anesthetist discretion. And sometimes they come and examine the patient. So the point is, it is improving the flow of communication, and everyone is on the same page. But I mean, if the anesthetist wants to see the patient, they come and see the patient. But what it improves is accessibility to results and the communication between psychiatrist and anesthetist. Otherwise, it will go into the file, and sometimes we'll have to search the file, wasting time. But the software allows us everyone to be on the same page.
Thank you, Albi.
My name is Sai. I'm doing my PG. I'm coming from Chennai. My question is to Naveen, sir. So you mentioned that by using the new formula, we'll be able to get the dosage that should be given to the patient, and it will reduce the cognitive side effects that the patient might be getting and all those things, which are a positive effect. My doubt is, like, will it also have any effect on the therapeutic effect that we are looking for in the ECT? Like, will it fasten the therapeutic effect that we'll be getting from it, or else will it be prolonged, or will there be any change in it?
Thank you. So for bitemporal ECT, even threshold stimulus is therapeutic. So it will not be an issue. But for right unilateral ECT, if the patient's, from the prediction we are calculating the patient's seizure threshold as 72 based on age, gender, and medication, then we are giving 6 times of that in the first session itself. So that will improve the efficacy of the treatment or reduce the duration of treatment, or patient will get the benefit from the first session itself.
Thank you. I think we had 3 wonderful speakers speaking. Sorry, Rangnath, I think you can ask it later. I have to close the session. I've been getting repeated indications. So we had a wonderful session, and Albi, thanks for waking up late and presenting this. It's I don't know what time is it in Australia now, but thank you for making it so late and being with us. Thank you.
It's all right. It's my pleasure, sir. Yep.
Yes. And Naveen, for your wonderful presentations. The best question award goes to Dr. Anand. Thank you for the wonderful questions, sir.
Can we please have some applause? Thank you so much, chairs. Thank you so much, speakers, for this wonderful session. Thank you. Special thanks to Dr. LB. We know it's 11 o'clock almost at night there. Thank you for joining. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for coming. We will now proceed to Hall A for the inauguration session, followed by a sumptuous dinner. Meet you all here tomorrow morning. Thank you. Signing off.